Hello everybody and welcome to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I am Kater, I'm joined here today by Reef. We are just starting off the Swiss stage.
Hello everyone, I am commentating with Kater today. This is round 1 of Swiss and we will first be seeing Hidden Radiance of Twilight versus Shark Reef.
Yeah, we're going to be starting this off on Mako Rainmaker. So Mako, you know, it's the stage. Maybe not Mako Rainmaker per se, but you're in comp, you learn to play this one. So it's really not that, you know, controversial of a map to start on. I'm not surprised that we're starting off here at all. But let's take a look at our comps. We got Vanilla Roller, we got a Foil Squeezer, we got a lot of things that you don't see all the time. The Sploosh 7, that is to be expected. We got a Forge Pro, it looks like, for the bubbles. So I think Hidden Radiance isn't going to be playing... Oh, no, they do have an armor, just not an armor spam like Shark Reef does. And then Shark Reef is bringing out that Foil Squeezer, so both teams do actually have bubbles, which could come in handy for trying to push taking damage for the Rainmaker. We all know how that goes.
Yes, especially on a map like Mako, it's really important that you get a strong lead, especially in the beginning, because if you get a strong lead in the beginning, then you are essentially set for the game. It looks like that Hidden Radiance has mid control and is taking it left, and it looks like this will be a really good opening. Get some good points in.
Yeah, oh, looks like they've decided to change their path a little bit, but that is going to result into them running directly into low here on that K shot. So they do get it to 50, which is not bad for an opening push, but it does mean that that Rainmaker goes right back into the hands of Shark Reef. However, this could end very quickly as they're completely on their own and this roller is advancing. There is the pick. You don't see Vanilla Roller all too often, but it is a really great pick, especially here on Mako where you have all of those those slopes and the corners that you can take advantage of. So it looks like that Rainmaker is going to be popped by Hidden Radiance, and they're likely going to try and turn this into a push, but they're going to have to watch out for the bubbles from the Squeezer, especially because their Forge doesn't have bubbles yet, but they do have the Hammer from the Sploosh, which could be really, really important here.
It actually does look like that Hidden Radiance is actually trying to quote-unquote stall it. Not exactly stall it to where they don't have it in the same space because it will reset in a few seconds. But they were trying to stall there to stall some time for Shark Reef to not have enough time to push it.
Oh, the hammer cancel. That's unfortunate. Looks like they were just in a bit of a sticky situation there and just couldn't really get out of it. So unfortunately, that hammer was wasted, but it's not too bad. Well, it looks like Shark Reef's going to be taking this into another push. Does get shut down relatively quickly, so that takes it only to 67, but they could keep it going because they still very much have a presence here. Oh, that pick is going to be really important. There, they keep going, they get it to 51. There is the 1 point difference, and oh, the roller there with a very nice double, I believe that was, leading into 3 down on the side of Shark Reef, so that, with Navy having to retreat on that Nautilus, even though they do have the Inkjet ready, that is going to be the end of the push for Shark Reef.
Right now is the time for Twilight to finally be pushing back in, and it looks like they're trying to do what they were doing again, and not exactly pop the Rainmaker, try to keep it back and pop the Rainmaker, but they are trying to keep it back and protect it. It looks like they're really trying to play the long game here and play really defensive and make sure that Shark Reef doesn't get that many opportunities to try and base that far.
Yeah, they could definitely do that, but it will take a lot of effort. There's the hammer, unfortunately not finding anything before it gets canceled, and that's going to lead into a 3 down for Twilight, meaning that Shark Reef can take this, blows the door right open. The splashdown, though, from the roller catching its targets, and that opens the door for the rest of Twilight to just surge, converge on that Rainmaker, and I believe that is a 3 down, if not a delayed wipe on the side of Shark Reef. So what could have been a great opportunity, unfortunately, that splashdown placement just turns it into another one of these possible stall situations for Hidden Radiance. They could keep this up. They do not have too terribly much time left, but it is not a safe lead at all at 1 point. So I believe they're trying to take it forward, but especially with one member down, that might be very, very difficult. So I think they're going to opt to just bring it back a little bit. Unfortunately, though, that K shot's just going to chase them down again.
It looks like there is only one up on the side of
not K shot. That's a zap. My bad.
It looks like they will be pushing in here, and they're so close to getting the lead there because we are only 1 point off from Shark Reef taking the lead. It looks like the 96 gets taken down, and it's only a 2v2 situation right now. Ooh. Make that 2v1.
Yeah, that last player trying to escape, but just found out by, I believe, the Forge here. So that we are still maintaining this 1 point difference, and Shark Reef is doing everything they can to push in, but Twilight is somehow maintaining this stall situation. Oh, the Rainmaker pick, but just not quite fast enough. Ivy here maintaining that presence at the Rainmaker, and a really, really nice Instapot bubble kill right there. That was great.
That was really great. I really used that bubble at a good time there. But yeah, it looks like Shark Reef right now is getting a little desperate, you could say, to get some points in, because they are only 1 point off. They just need to get some picks and get in position, and then they can take a lead away here really easily.
Yeah, definitely. One good push could really make this happen for them. Ink Armor saving Navy right there as they take the pick. So that is a 3 down on the side of Twilight, which is really important. This is the opportunity that Shark Reef was looking for. So they have to take it right here, right now. But unfortunately, the Rainmaker goes down early. I'm not sure to what, maybe a bomb, but that takes out 2 of the members. And so that means Navy has to pop the Inkjet on their own and just taken down along with their other teammate. And that's it. That 1 point difference really just determined the entire game right there.
It's honestly a little rare that we see it, that kind of case where a 1 point difference is a constant throughout the game. And honestly, Hidden Radiance is really good at the end there, staying in position and trying to keep Shark Reef off their back. But Shark Reef also was always trying. They never really gave up, and they always were trying to get back in to their spawn.
Yeah. Also, Ivy with that 16k, pretty impressive, especially for the first game of the tournament. Very, very nice there. But yeah, I mean, just because of the nature of Rainmaker, the player control nature of the pushes, you really don't see a 1 point difference maintained for that long. I mean, first push was to 50, the next push was to 51, and then really after that, it was just trying to break that lead, and it really never happened.
That could definitely be a different story, though, on Inkblot Art Academy. We all know how Inkblot can be on Rainmaker, so it could be a very, I don't want to say one-sided, but it could be a very downhill map, I guess.
It could get very snowbally.
Yes, that's what you said. Snowbally.
Yeah, sometimes you just really, Rainmaker as a whole, sometimes you really just need one big push to win. And of course you could say that for any mode, but Rainmaker especially, just because, you know, you take your eyes off of it for one moment. You know, we've all seen our fair share of Twitter clips of, you know, you gotta watch the Rainmaker. But let's take a look at the comps. We're gonna see a switch to the V Slosher. I believe, yeah, Ivy switching from the Forge to that V Slosher, so we're gonna be seeing missiles and suction off of that, but other than that, no other switches. The V-Slosher pick I do understand here, honestly, because you can really get a lot of leverage onto that plat. Already we're seeing missiles. The Squeezer does go down, and that has been popped. So Ivy here gonna get that pick. Really, really nice Slosher pick, and of course, this is exactly the ledge that I was talking about. You can really, really abuse it with Slosher here. Twilight's gonna pick that Rainmaker up, already taking it onto this plat. You can see how much control they have. Hammer, oh my goodness, really, really nice there. Gets one pick, looking for a second, does get that second pick. That's 3 down. This Rainmaker is encroaching, and that is the snowballing right there. But that is a full wipe, so they could very much just get it right here. They're going to take it. They're going to run for the pedestal, and that's the knockout. That's the snowball, not the knockout. Oh my god. Full autopilot there. You can tell I went on full autopilot there because I thought that was going to be the knockout. It still is not. The super jump there, gonna get camped. That's a full wipe.
Shark Reef absolutely fighting for their lives right now.
All right, way to prove me wrong there, because I just went into the segue that I have prepared for every Rainmaker knockout that I have, but it did not come true there. And so, like you said, Shark Reef hanging on by a thread. Really nice pick here from this Squeezer. They have the bubbles at the ready, but that Rainmaker does get taken out. They're gonna have to get a push better than that. They have to knock it out at this point. Slosher, they're dropping on their own though, so does get taken out relatively easily by the Squeezer. So you can see with that Slosher down, they have a person advantage. They're gonna work on opening up this plat. Yoshi here gonna try and take out this person on the side here. I don't know if they're gonna be successful, but they're definitely looking for it. Meanwhile, that Rainmaker's been picked up, is taken out yet again. So I feel like although Shark Reef just has a lot of potential, they are not being able to get set up because Hidden Radiance is just shutting them down wherever they try to push from.
Hidden Radiance is definitely trying to do it, and no matter what, Shark Reef is always trying to hang on by a thread, get some points in, whatever, but Hidden Radiance has been shutting them down quite a bit.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like that's really just the name of the game for them here. Now more than ever, they have to play the long game because I don't know if I don't know if they want to take the risk of another push and possibly leaving their defenses down. This roller here staying alive for as long as they possibly can, but unfortunately is taken out at one point. There is the pop for Shark Reef. They have their members, they have some specials. As long as the Rainmaker doesn't go down here, they could really make this into something, but they have to get those picks for they have 3 specials online. The Zap still doesn't have their armor, but that is because they are the carrier, so they're not going to get armor in this situation. Low here's doing everything they can, gonna get up onto this block with the hammer there. They didn't quite get up onto it, and that hammer spelled the end. Not necessarily end of the push, although they do have 2 down. They can still maintain a position here, but Ivy there with the cleanup kill finds one, looking for a second, so I don't know if this push is going to go anywhere, especially, I mean, with all of this that's going on right now.
It seems like we're about to enter a part of the game where everyone's just really fighting for mid. Instead of really focusing on an objective, they're just really focusing on mid. And it looks like it's actually pretty fair. It looks like they're all kicking each other out pretty equally. And it looks like Troll over here trying to put some pressure onto their plat and just trying to stay as far range as they can before Ivy takes them out.
Yeah, definitely fair, but there is the pick from Ivy. Does go down themselves, though, and again, like you said, here is the mid-fight. Hidden Radiance is the ones in control of the Rainmaker right now, and Shark Reef is just doing their best to break back in, but you can see they are just not letting that happen. Sharking here on this wall, taking them out with bombs. The hammer is ready for the sploosh here, so they're going to take this high ground, get one pick, and you just know that they are ready to have that hammer. We might see another snowball push like we saw at the beginning of the map. If this hammer gets popped right there, it is. It gets canceled. Oh, that really hurts. But still, the Rainmaker is alive. And, ooh, the roller, I believe that's the roller, going in there, the splash down, doing their best. We have all these bombs, though, and one is going to take out the Rainmaker. So, again, we just have the hanging on by a thread situation. Bubble's gonna come out, Missile's gonna come out, Bombs doing everything they can to keep Twilight away from the Rainmaker. It might have worked, but no, the roller's still here somehow. It looks like... Oh, there's the KO. That's what I was looking for. I didn't see that. I don't know who picked it up. I thought the roller got taken out. Maybe they didn't, but somebody was able to sneak in there and grab the KO, and that is what matters.
There's the KO you were waiting for like 4 minutes ago.
I called that maybe a little bit too early, maybe like 4 minutes too early, but it did end up happening. I mean, Shark Reef doing their best to hold out, but eventually they just had to break under just relentless either defense or offense from Hidden Radiance.
Shark Reef honestly has been playing the defense game a lot. Honestly, Twilight has really been pushing in and contesting mid. It looks like they really can never take mid, but they were always fighting back. And even if they did just get knocked out on Inkblot, you know, there's not saying that they can't take game 3, which is most.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not one-sided by any means. It's just sometimes the pushes get really, really snowbally, like you said. I mean, Radiance at the Twilight, it really has just been putting them on the back foot, but they are still holding out. They are still taking these games to almost overtime, and that's really what matters right there. I mean, because like you said, there is still this last game, and in a Swish stage, that could really, really matter in the long term for your placements for your future matches, because that's just the way Swiss works. Sometimes it's a little funky. But we're finishing this set off on Muscle Forge Fitness, which I'd say I have opinions on this map mode.
I agree. And I feel like I have an idea what your opinions are. Yes, Muscle Forge is definitely a stage for Rainmaker. Yeah,
I would say, you know, it is one of the stages in Splatoon 2, I will say. It is one of the stages ever made.
That they created for this game. But I definitely think that it's still a chance for Shark Reef to take a game off of Twilight, because again, like we've said, taking even one game off in the long run and the big picture can really save you from you going to top cut or you not going to top cut.
Definitely. Just the way Swiss works, every single game can really count. The difference between 3-0 and 2-1 is really important there. We got double slosher coming out from Radiance, the custom dually squelchers out from Shark Reef. So this is going to be really, really cool. We got the Tri and the V slosher, and then we have the Octo shot, and we still have that roller. So you're really gonna watch these ledges if you're Shark Reef, because you are never going to be safe. But that is just something you understand. Ooh, and Troll getting taken out relatively early there. This is exactly what I was talking about. This other member doing their best to escape, but does finally fall. And oh my goodness, this Octo shot that was, I think, just an opening triple, and that's very, very impressive. And you can see this path here has already been inked a good amount of the way, taking them already to 46. Somehow this Rainmaker pulling off that evasive maneuver, eventually getting taken out by the dually squelchers, but 46 is a very nice opening push, especially because that was just 45 seconds.
It looks like their Twilight is loading back into mid right now. And it's really just Shark Reef trying to get back into mid, and Twilight trying to keep mid off of Shark Reef's position.
Yeah, and if that isn't what we've been seeing for the past set, then I don't know what is, but we've still got Hidden Radiance in control right there. There is the armor for them too. Although we do have the armor on the side of Shark Reef, they're going to wait to pop it because they have members down. That's the jump out they force as well. So Hidden Radiance in a really, really good position right now, but they need to have a little bit more control of the areas like they need to push in before they start pushing. And that is the splashdown cancel, which can really be important because we've seen great splashdown from that roller player this entire set. So actually, we're going to be seeing mid-control flip here to Shark Reef with those 2 picks, although they still have to watch out for that Tri-Slosher. They are very quickly getting pushed back, and so that is a Rainmaker pick, and it looks like they're going to try and take that the right way, of course, with this Rain as well. They got to take out that roller, but the roller splashdown does not connect, and that's a 3 down for Twilight, which is really, that's a full wipe, which is really important right here because they are on their way to the Rainmaker pedestal, and that is the knockout for Shark Reef. Very, very, very nice.
There's the 2 we were talking about, and that's also showing how Rainmaker can be. You make one slip up and it's over. It's
one wipe, and yeah, it is unfortunate that
mode.
Yeah, very, very silly, but it's a mode in Splatoon 2, and that's why we play it here in Minnow Cup. That is going to finish off our set 2-1. There is the KO. I mean, yeah, Rainmaker, that is what we call a Rainmaker moment sometimes. Sometimes it just happens.
That is a Rainmaker moment. Especially a Rainmaker Muscle Forge moment.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Rainmaker Muscle Forge is... It is a map, and sometimes it behaves like that. But really, that's what you sign up when you play Minnow Cup Rainmaker only. Who is to blame? Well, with that does conclude our first set. We'll be taking a short break, just a couple of minutes before we come right back at you guys with our second set of the Swiss stage. So do stay tuned. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I am Reef, and with me today, for this block, is Cater.
Hello, that is me. All right, we're going to be starting off round 2 now. We've got MSU Splatoon versus Total Hacks. Total Hacks is a very suspicious name, so I guess we'll have to keep a close eye on them. No, I jest. But we're going to be starting... Oh, let's check out our maps. We're going to be starting here on Black Belly Skate Park for round 2. And Black Belly Rainmaker is kind of another one of those maps, you know, where you look at it and you kind of go, oh, Black Belly Rainmaker, because this one gets really, really high scoring.
It does. There's a very good chance for you just to go in, you get points. It's a really easy map to just get points. So.
No lead is safe unless you knock out here on Black Belly Rainmaker. And check that out, that's an undercover umbrella. Ooh. It's not every day you see that. All right, everybody, make a wish. That's a vanilla undercover umbrella. I mean, you know, if it's undercover, I thought it would be Kenzo Sorella, but it looks like we're going vanilla today. So that's Mines and Splashdown, I believe. I haven't seen one of those in ages. All right, that's what Total Hacks is bringing out along with the other weapons. You generally, you see those. Then we got the Sea-Jet for the Ray. We got the Soda. So that's gonna be pretty cool. Andrew here popping that Inkjet, looking for this pick right here. Does make the pick, so very, very nice. Rainmaker here did get taken out, so didn't get very far. It's just chilling right now. Another pick, unfortunately, on the side of Total Hacks. So MSU Splatoon's gonna be able to take control of this Rainmaker. We'll see whether they decide to take it forward or just stall out for a little bit here. Nick here gonna pop that burst bomb rush. So they got a lot of air control out of that. Not quite any picks, but that's all right. They do take the Rainmaker forward, but they do also get taken out. So right now it looks like we're just kind of stuck in this little corner back here.
Yes, it looks like there's actually going to be 2 down right now on the side of Total Hacks. And the KO on the side of MCU is using their bomber. It looks like MCU is going to try to use this as an opportunity to get some more points on the board. The Zap currently trying to contest the Rainmaker as they actually fall down to the Rainmaker. And the Rainmaker does get picked off by Chip from the side of Total Hacks.
Yeah, Rainmaker's having some fun. Almost got that pick on Chip as well. Chip popping the hammer. Looks like they're trying to make a path here. Don't know how... that was a little early, I believe, because, you know, the Rainmaker's still here, and then they did get taken out. Here is the Ray as well, so that Ray is definitely going to be tracking that Rainmaker. Blue doing everything they can to avoid that. It looks like they will survive that Ray for the time being. Andrew here on the Jet, but this wall here is very much going to block off the Rainmaker, and that is what takes them out. Oh, we got some fighting going on here. 1 for 1, and now we've got 2 down on both. Chip's going to be forced to back off on that Sploose, and so this Siege out here is just chilling out watching that Rainmaker.
That Siege is chilling and making sure that no one cheats it, because especially on Black Belly, that is one of the horrors of Rainmaker, is that having someone accidentally sneak behind your back and rush it to the pedestal.
It can happen. I mean, again, we've all seen those clips. Watch the Rainmaker and Twitter clips. Watch the Rainmaker, and so that CJ, the Zap is gonna get taken out by the Rainmaker again. It's just not their day. Chip here doing their best, but also gets taken out by the Ray. Here's what we're talking about. This is the snowball, and that right there, those 2 picks are really what opened the door just wide for that knockout. You can see the path leading directly to that. The Ray very, very nicely placed, as well as just the Zap. I mean, you can see that the shot got arced over the wall, so it's likely that the Zap didn't know it was headed for them until it was too late. And that is our first game for MSU Splatoon.
That is the Black Belly Rainmaker game. It happens. It does happen. It was a very quick game, but also it was quite exciting if you ask. Because again, there are so many factors that go into Rainmaker. That's like, you have to like check everything. You have to check behind your back almost all the time. So it's a really chaotic mode, and it really fits Splatoon.
Definitely. Well, we might be going to a slightly less chaotic couple of maps for our next... I mean, Rainmaker's, like you said, chaotic by nature, but some maps are just a little bit faster than others. We're going to be heading off to Sturgeon here, and you know, this, of course, is the one where you can do the funny little trick of hopping into the abyss to get a couple more points if you're in a sticky situation.
Yes, but that is definitely like you are completely desperate. Like, you have to get some points in. And at the same time, that is also a good way just to score points, but at the same time, like a little discourage. Because essentially, once you spend like at least a second down falling off, most weapons can't reach you. So that'll be like a pretty good way just to get some safe points. But at the same time, again, you do die in the process. And in a mode like Rainmaker, if timing doesn't work out for your team and suddenly two other teammates are down, that leaves one person up. So
Definitely, of
it's like
course.
you're losing in overtime and you can get however many points you need from it. So
Yeah.
but at the same time, I do think Surgeon's a little bit more slow than how Black Belly is. So
Yeah, it is really just kind of a last-ditch effort sort of thing, but it is there. It is very much there, and it's very much viable. We're seeing some more weapons we don't see too often. There's those hero dualies coming out from Total Hacks, as well as the Octobrush Nouveau, and then we're also going to see Chip switch to that Splash Neo. So a little bit more turf control on that side. Really, really important for the area control, especially given how big that mid is and how important area control is for whichever side you decide to take here. Nick here on the Soda, forcing that jump out. Very, very nice. And with the Octobrush down, that's going to be an effective 2 down. Chip here doing their best, but they do get taken out. So it looks like MSU is going to opt to take this upper left area. So Rainmaker does make that jump first try. Very, very important here. Nick here with the bombs, already making a lot of area control. Rainmaker somehow backs up enough to stay alive, getting it all the way to 19 in the first couple of seconds. And they're still maintaining a presence here with the Jets Ray looking for a pick. It does get blocked by the Rainmaker shield a bit, but they're allowing for jumps in, and so this push is nowhere near over. They do get pop as well, but it looks like with Total Hacks all being swarmed right there, I don't think they're going to be able to take this any further. Yeah, with that 3 down, they just were a little bit stuck up there, so very, very nice keeping that presence there. And now that Rainmaker is back to mid, but 19 is a very high bar for Total Hacks to clear.
yes, right now it looks like Total Hacks is finally back into mid. Andrew using the missiles here, trying to put some pressure on the over on their left pin right now, trying to focus on that slosher. It looks like they're about to get teamed up on it. So Andrew over here just trying to back up.
Yeah, nice backup, nice realizing that, you know, like you said, they saw that something was about to happen, so they decided to get out of that situation here. Nick taking advantage of this pillar here. Very, very nice high ground plays. Smooth double. You love to see that slosher gameplay. That's a 3 down, and all that's a wipe on the side of Total Hacks. So this Rainmaker is just going forward. Don't know. I think, yes, they are going to take that upper left-hand route again. Nick here, far up, just gonna clear the route. There's still members here, but all of the, I mean, these Rainmaker shots can be really, really powerful. Although Chip does jump down, able to take out that Rainmaker with 2 down. I don't know if that presence is going to be maintained. Although we do still have the K-Gal there. Does get taken out on their way to take the Rainmaker, but I mean, that is a little bit more time. And still, I mean, that CJ there was able to pull off that pick. So really, this Rainmaker is just stuck on the side of Total Hacks.
Total Hacks really is stuck on the side of Total Hacks. Like Total Hacks tries to keep on getting it out. And honestly, I'm surprised that they haven't tried to reset it yet. But at the same time, you know, you do lose a life for it, so it is kind of like a really like desperate situation. Looks like
the knockout on the way to the knockout, getting picked.
Knockout.
Not quite, but we got the Ray here, we got the members, we got the pedestal fully painted blue, and the Octobrush absolutely clutching that right there. Just the amazing range of that. You can see them using that high ground, trying to get over the wall, not gonna make it, but they do get the pop, and so it looks like they're gonna try and take that as far away from the pedestal as possible. Ender here trying to get the pick along with their friend, not quite gonna get it, gets the trade though. Andrew here is managing to keep this out of range. We still have somebody at the pedestal. That's Slosher! They went unnoticed, and so the Rainmaker is still here somehow. It's just staying right here. Nick has those burst bombs at the ready, gonna absolutely bombard the Rainmaker. Still gets the pick. It is still here. MSU Splatoon is fighting to keep it right here. Oh my goodness, this is the definition of the long game right here. Look at all of those picks. This is practically spawn camping at this point.
You can tell that we're playing in a Rainmaker right now. And you over here trying to push.
Oh my goodness.
Push it
They
back
get it
some.
on one level, don't quite make it, and that's a 3 down on the side of Total Hacks. So with the pop, it's going to be brought back up here. Will they be able to get the KO, or will Total Hacks continue to clutch that? Now finally they give, and there is the KO.
That is KO.
Nowhere else do you see gameplay like that, folks. That's Rainmaker for you.
That is Rainmaker for you, and honestly, I'm just really surprised that Total Hacks was able to keep it for that long. Did you see how much pressure MCU was putting on Total Hacks? Like, it was a
that
lot.
was very impressive on MSU. They were just the presence maintained for an incredibly long period of time. Those jumps that were coming back in, like it's not easy to stay in an opponent's spawn for that long, because they're going to be respawning. They're going to be there faster than you are just by proximity alone, and so generally they'll be able to drive you out. But just having those well-placed picks like that is no small feat. Very, very impressive.
That was very, very impressive. And what will be even more impressive is to see what will happen on Anchovy games. And as we've had the past few games, we've had a very a map that can happen very quickly and a map that can happen pretty slowly. And we saw that in this set. And I feel like Anchovy can be kind of like a middle ground, but a little bit more a quick game, because you know, we all have seen Twitter clips again of Rainmaker.
Oh yes.
Accidentally get too many people down. They rush it through your fan, and they get like almost right under pedestal.
Yes, and of course we might see a little funny right side push that could work, judging by we've seen some unconventional weapon picks, especially out of Total Hacks. That undercover, oh my goodness, love to see it. Out of Total Hacks, we might see a little bit of unconventional play styles. I mean, I've seen that right push work, but it's very rare. It's one of those, you know, like there's absolutely nobody there, and the Rainmaker is already in that position type of pushes.
I agree. Like, it's definitely kind of, I just love, sorry for a second, but it seems like I just love how Total Hack has been playing this game, overall, and just in general with our, experience so far in Minnow Cup. We've been seeing some really interesting picks, and I love seeing that, because even though it seems like right now with the meta, you can still try to find ways around it and still play weapons that you like to play. And so we've seen earlier via Vanilla Undercover. I haven't seen that in ages in COD. So it's really interesting to see these picks being brought out. And even if it doesn't really work in your favor, it's still interesting to see how it plays out.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly refreshing. We're gonna see another toss-up. We're seeing the Hero Roller brought out, the Brush, the K-Machine. So we've got a very up-close and personal comp coming out of Total Hacks. On the side of MSU, we're gonna be seeing that same comp that they had before, I believe. So we'll be seeing, of course, the C-Jet Rays. As a C-Jet player myself, a very, very heavy advocate for that. Oh, the Rainmaker pop catching 2 is incredibly unfortunate, with the Brush going down as well. That means that the Zap is the only one alive. You can see that Booyah Bomb targeted specifically at them. They've got that armor. They're popping it just as their teammates respawn, so they're gonna be able to surge back in with that armor. And actually, MSU Splatoon has not done too terribly much damage yet, only at 70. Rainmaker also going down. That Ray popped a little bit too close. Andrew here able to take that out. Splashdown very nicely placed. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get any more of that due to that bomb. And so this push on MSU Splatoon does continue, going a little bit further, but getting taken out again. So Total Hack's doing a very, very nice job of shutting down these pushes, not letting a completely snowbally push happen. You can see also that Brush went out into mid, so I believe they were trying to pull something off there. You can see that they've popped that baller as well. There goes the armor. So Total Hacks is doing their very, very best to get this Rainmaker out of their side of the map, and they've done that. They've very much done that. With the 2 down on MSU Splatoon, they're getting some points on the board as well. C-Jet, though, able to take them out from afar.
Yes, that Total Hacks actually did a really good job just in trying to get it out of their base, because now it's even in their base some, and even if they weren't able to get too many points on, that leaves a lot of room for Total Hacks to like get back on their feet, take a breather, and finally try to push back in the mid. There is only 3 down on MSU, so this is a really good opening for Total Hack to try and at least get mid.
Yeah, and that is what's happening here. You can see the roller, just that is the turf control that you want. Andrew, they're going to pop the splashdown as well, so a little bit more paint under their feet for the Rainmaker to work with. We still have a 2 down. This C-Jet, though, absolutely relentless in their guarding of the plat and guarding of the Rainmaker. Get to take out the Rainmaker yet again and go for that roller as well. That is what you want from your anchor. You want the eyes on the field. They're able to see things and shut them down immediately. The Brush, almost being able to be set up right there, but just not quite, so they do get taken out, unfortunately.
Yes, that Brush was trying really hard to try and get some picks or try to distract, but sadly they were not able in the end. 2 down on the Total Hacks right now. Looks like MSU will try to get back into do Total Hack space. It looks like Nick right now tracking a little bit. It looks like someone may even try to go far right.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. Not quite. Yeah, okay, so the Zap having respawn there, almost 2 armor, so that's going to be very, very important for Total Hacks because the Rainmaker is right there. Buivom not quite getting the pop, but very, very, very close. There is the armor. There is the splashdown as well, setting the Rainmaker more in favor. Unfortunately, that does mean that the K Machine goes down. I just realized that this comp is double splashdown with the Machine and the Roller. Zap being the only one left alive again, still somehow holding out. Unfortunately, is going to get taken out. That is a 3 down on this side of Total Hacks. Another pick with the Rainmaker. You can see all these jumps coming in. The Roller able to clutch it, able to take that pick. We are seeing so many of these today with another pick with that. That was a very, very nice splashdown combo. They're gonna go for the third. They're gonna get it. Props to this roller right here. Oh my goodness, you love to see it.
How does that roller know that they just saved that game for their team? That was a They were going.
Oh, they're looking for another pick. Oh, they just missed the flick. That is unfortunate, but oh my goodness, that is a clip for the ages. Save that, post that on Twitter. Very, very nice. All right. Well, we got the baller in here. That baller is getting shredded by the Rainmaker pop. I don't know if I've ever seen a baller go kaputs that fast. Oh, we're gonna see. Ooh, looks like we'll see the right push here. So MSU Splatoon has opted to come over onto this right side. They have full control of it. Machines up here, gonna try and stop them, but that Rainmaker, ooh, they take it. Andrew here, I think they're gonna go for a flank, but it might be a little bit too far away. We'll see if they are successful or not. You can see them all the way in the back corner of the screen. Chip here on the brush, able to take out that Rainmaker, and Andrew is, you can see them in the back. I really hope this flank is successful because we've seen great plays from them previously. There's one pick. Oh, not quite a pick though, and that splash down there, I don't know if they got the pick or not, but that does end. There it is. That does end. That wipes off the rest of the team. No reset coming from Total Hacks. Actually, I might have expected that there. It looks like they're just going to try and get that out into mid of their own accord. I mean, we've got 22 seconds left in this game. Total Hacks has been holding out this entire time. I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah, Total Hacks has been holding on by a thread or however long they can, and not roller. Oh, they've just been going off on everyone. Looks like there is 2 down, and they really need to take this pick here because if they take this pick, then that is an overtime.
They're trying. They're getting so close. Not quite, though. You can see the rollers flick almost connected. They could have gotten that there. So close, yet so far. So that does end our set. 3-0 for MSU Splatoon, but oh my goodness, Total Hacks, what a show. Unconventional picks, unconventional playstyle. It is absolutely just a breath of fresh air to see something like that. I mean, that's what Minnow Cup is for. You see, you put a spotlight on some of these lesser known, lower level teams. I mean, B+ you saw in that ending screen, and yet we still saw great gameplay out of them, so props to those players. We love you guys.
I agree. Just no matter where you are, skill, whatever, it's so exciting to see new people trying out comp Splatoon, even if it's not what you usually see, like Quad X or whatever. It's still fresh, breath of fresh air to see it.
I mean, that is how I started. I started in SS+, found a team that was willing to take me in, and you know, I had a really good run. So it's amazing. That's why we have low level things. That's why we have stuff dedicated to low level. We love you, low level players. Keep on going. All right. With that concludes our second set. We'll be right back at you guys with in just a couple of minutes with our third set of Swiss. So do stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I'm Reef, joined by Hater once again, and we will be seeing today round 3 of Swiss. It's versus Hardcore Noobs. So
yes, indeed. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be starting this one off on humpback pump track, which is it's kind of just like a bigger bigger black belly, in my opinion. It's like if you took black belly out and like scaled it up 800%, that's humpback.
Yeah, scaled it up. Made the mid a little more gradual than just like steep uphill. Then
yeah,
essentially it's a more bigger black belly. So
it's very similar in that you got the curves, and sloshers love those the curves in the map, the way that they can exploit those rollers too. Yeah, just lovely fall off weapons that can really have a fun time here. So well, I mean, don't really know what these teams bring out, but maybe we'll see a slosher or two here.
And as we are going on Humpback, I feel like it is important to say we will be on Humpback Cheese Track. This is a very cheesy map, so get ready to see some Rainmaker moments here, because it's very common to happen.
Yeah, this is another one of those maps that can get pushed really, really fast, but also, you know, it can be long and really annoying sometimes. Yes. You really just have you got double blob blubber and the slosher. Okay, I was not prepared for this. I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Hardcore Noobs, for bringing us something absolutely wonderful. We got both types of blob blubber here as well, and of course we got another wonderful roller that's just gonna go off on everybody. And looks like one of the blob blubbers is down. Oh, but they oh no, both of the that was a trauma slosher. The blob blubbers. No, the blob blubbers. You can see that ink storm going off. That's gonna be with that Rainmaker first. Oh, they go down to the
I think they got with the storm. Yeah.
Yeah.
The storm. I think they were really damaged. It looks like the try from the side of is currently striking in mid, just trying to keep it under control, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
It looks like a butter with the Rainmaker, trying to just contest the opposing team's Rainmaker.
Yeah, it's working.
Window.
The lead. It's working so far, but they are trapped in a little corner. That Inkjet's immediately going to take them out and gets another pick as well. They did get that pick with the Rainmakers. That's very nice. Inkjet lands right in the middle of the storm. That is a full wipe on the side of Hardcore Noobs, unfortunately. So we'll see which side they decide to take it on. Roller is way up here right now. Very, very aggressive. So many bubbles, though. They're going to get caught in the middle of all of that. And the Rainmaker does get taken out on its way to mid. So Butter here, I believe this is actually the try. This is the try. This is the non-blob slosher. Gonna chill out here in mid. They got their blob blubber friends behind them. We've got the storm there, and as soon as they throw that storm, they're picking up the Rainmaker. Very, very nice. So it looks like they're going to take this route as well, but they got to try the opposing triumphs to reckon with. So there is going to take them out almost to... Oh, very, very nice combo. Love that. Interrupting the bomb rush as well. Gonna pop that armor, take out the other blob. Absolutely incredible. You love to see smooth slosher plays like that. We've been seeing that all tournament so far. And it looks like we're going back to a bit of a standstill unless Butter can make something happen, but not quite, unfortunately.
That's very upsetting. I was waiting for that tease.
Yeah, that would have been so funny, but I believe they were spotted and taken out, which is unfortunate. So Nami here on this Rainmaker, chilling out in mid. You can see their teammate has super jumped in as well, but we got the wall, we got the bombs here, so they're not going to be able to push in quite yet, especially with this storm. That's going to make everything so much more dangerous.
It's going to make things very dangerous. And it looks like is taking the lead here with 2 down on the side of Hardcore Noobs, possibly going to be able to further that if they take the Rainmaker in time.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lead just about 6 points there, so not a lot, but considering the first match we saw today, it could very well make a difference. Nautilus here, gonna jump in, take out that Rainmaker before getting taken out themselves as well, so we got a bit of a, an eye for an eye type deal here. Suction Rush on the side of Hardcore Noobs, that's one of the blobs. The other blob's gonna pop their storm. Nami here popping that armor as well. They're gonna try and get the Rainmaker. They do take out the person on the Rainmaker themselves, so we are very much just seeing a fight over the Rainmaker in this one location. The blob bubbles make it so hard to progress, but at the same time, Hardcore Noobs needs to go on the offensive very soon here because they are behind. They are not in the lead right now, and with going 2 down right there, and Nami being a little bit stuck, as long as they take them out here, they could turn this into something.
They definitely can. It looks like there is actually a tray with the Rainmaker there, Rainmaker and Butter. Butter falling down right at the wrong time. Looks like it's a 2v2. It looks like it's more just a fight for mid to take it and then go from there.
Yeah, definitely fair. Mid's very important, seeing as how big it is. So you're gonna do a little bit of chilling here on that wall. I'm not sure what they're up to here, but I'm sure we'll see in just a little bit. But are doing the same thing on this wall. We are some very funny spectator cam things probably going on here, but are unfortunately gonna get found out. Oh my goodness, smooth inkjet picks. We see one. Do we see another on the blob blobber? We do see another on the blob blobber. This Rainmaker is running for it, squid bagging their way over to it. Not quite gonna make it though, but that is 7 points there. Hardcore Noobs, very high bar to clear. The Butter is picking up that Rainmaker, gonna take it over to their side, and we got this other blob here doing everything they can. They have the suction rush, but I don't think they're in a good place to pop it right now. Fighting for their life, gets one pick, does pop it for that, probably for that ink refill. Unfortunately, Butter does get taken out. However, though, the push is very much not over. We still have a hope alive for them. And I think this blob is wearing thermal ink. You can see those silhouettes through the walls there.
Yeah, this is a really just a fight, not even for mid, but for elbow. This is a really important part to keeping control, even if you're not even if you are pretty far into their base. We only do have a few seconds left, so Hardcore Noobs really has to try and get as many flanks. And it looks like the roller getting a flank on them, actually going 2 down, 3 down, taking game 1.
Yeah, that inkjet shot at the very end said absolutely nobody may touch this Rainmaker, and that is what ended up happening. So you're gonna take this first game, and well, wonder if we'll be seeing some more unconventional comps come out of Hardcore Noobs, because look at those KAs. I mean, they're relatively even. It seems to work out for them in that sense. Don't know if they're going to be able to pull off the double blob on Monta Maria, which is where we're headed next, so we might see something different there.
I would still like to see. I think it's still going to be very interesting. Map
of course, it would be definitely entertaining to see it, but does it work out is the question.
I think they're still going to go for a silly double weapon comp that we wouldn't really see normally. Like, obviously, we've seen stuff like double zap, but like, I think they would probably go for something that is a bit more not seen well, because I think even though if they didn't work out for them too much, I think Blob could definitely work for another map.
Absolutely. I mean, we do, of course, even though this is our last set being commentated with us, we still have much more of the tournament to come. So there are definitely other maps that are going to show up later that could work for that. So I really hope that they get some funny plays on with that later.
And speaking of later, in the whole scheme of the tournament, if you have not heard, we are announcing something at the end of Grand Finals, I believe. So you want to stay tuned. It's a very good announcement.
It is an incredibly juicy announcement, so you will want to stick around for that. Like we've said, end of Grand Finals right after the tournament's conclusion. But bringing us back to the present, we're going to be headed to Monta Maria. So this one's pretty much almost a completely different beast from Humpback Pump Track. You got a lot of verticality in this map, actually. Like, so much of it. Very high points, very low points, too.
Agree. It's like we said before, Humpback is the expansion of Black Hole, essentially. Now we're going back to a pretty short map. There's not really too much area to be worrying about, but on Rainmaker, it is important to keep some very important key areas down, because if not, that will come to bite you back in the end. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's generally how Rainmaker plays. Just in some maps, you got places you need to keep a hold of, and that's very important. We're seeing a Dynamo. We're seeing the blobs come back. Alrighty. Okay. Love that for us. All right. So we got Hero Blaster. That is Vanilla Blaster. We got Gold Dynamo. We got the blobs. I mean, you ever see a lobby as versatile as this? I don't know. But here we go. Butter here gonna go for the early flank, gonna go through cut. We'll see whether this pays off for them or not. Gonna get the jump on the Dynamo. Oh, catch them out of ink. That's what you want to do. Gets the double. Very nice. So they're gonna pick that up, gonna run with it. They have all of this ink already painted for them. They're gonna get it. They're gonna touch. Oh, they're getting chased. 24. Oh my goodness.
24 left in the minute.
That is strats right there.
That is the Rainmaker Monta right there.
Oh, Oh my goodness. Props to them for making that happen. It looks like the push does pretty much get shut down there, although we still have a little bit of a presence. It does get eradicated, unfortunately, but are gonna get down, gotta go down there with the high ground. This blob here, though, able to take out, I don't know who that was. Was it the Zap? Because they were so weak? Yeah, but...
I think it was the Zap, yeah.
Yeah, with Shrews in control of this Rainmaker right now. Looks like they're going to try and get mid back, try and go a little bit in. But Hardcore Noobs is very, very much in position right here. We'll have to see how this defense holds up, especially because Butter here dropping onto that Rainmaker. Oh, that is textbook try play right there. You love to see it.
Very try, you know, if you've seen it before. And it looks like they actually, they actually have double storm, so they have a lot of specials that are just for putting out pressure, and then they have something like ink armor that helps them push up even more to provide even more pressure. This is a very pressure-centered map, or pretty pressure-centered comp.
Oh, yes, definitely. All right, so looks like this Rainmaker's just here a little bit. This spot on the side of Hardcore Noobs. They're going to take that out to mid. Unfortunately, they do get taken out. Blue here on that blob, not able to pull off the pick quite quickly enough, but there is a very smooth pick on, I don't know who that was. Maybe it was the Galvi, it was the Blaster that just happened to be in the wrong spot at exactly wrong time. Ooh, Dynamo's flick connects though, and we all know just how much power is behind that, and now they're going to be flinging massive quantities of ink over onto this left side, meaning Hardcore Noobs. Their job is just that much more difficult. Ooh, and the Gal landing that pick too is also going to be really, really important. Rainmaker does go down though, 3 down on both sides. We got a little bit of a 1v1 situation going on here, but of course all of that damage the blob does to the Rainmaker, especially the Dynamo being out on their own, not going to go well for them. We've got about half of this match left, and well, we got the scores are relatively normal scores actually, and very nice fall off from that blob right there.
They are, especially the scores are definitely pretty even right now, especially with how far we are into the game. We only have about 2 more minutes left, so we still got some time. There isn't enough time for us to be able to get at least get their feet in the ground once again and try to take back lead.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean, a little under 2 minutes. Definitely time for to get something done, especially with comp they've got behind them. They just really need to get those Dynamos set up. Very nice pick for the Gal right there. They need the Dynamos set up. They need the Blaster set up and making those directs. The Gal is being very, very aggressive here, doing this very similar thing that we saw to Butters early on the match. Gets 1 pick, looking for that second on the blob. They're going to pop the Booyah Bomb right here, looking for a pick. They do get it. That's 3 down on the side of Hardcore Noobs right now, and with the Rainmaker running forward, that's going to be really, really important. Right here on the blob, tries to get it, doesn't quite get it. The Rainmaker here, 31, a similar position, but just not quite enough. With the Gal getting taken out, that was the push, but unfortunately, it just didn't make it quite far enough. We still have room for another push like that. Rainmaker's gonna get reset. We got a little over 1 minute left in this.
Yeah, we had some time before, but now we're really cracking into the end of the game. They really have to, Skizzy really has to anchor their feet down again and make sure that they start getting picks out and just start applying as much pressure on as they can onto Hardcore Noobs.
They do. That push was exactly what they want. They just need to get a little bit farther than they had. That Dynamo's not in a great position. They have to back up with that extra damage. That Storm preventing us from seeing anything for just a second there. But Blaster here doing their best. They've got directs a lot of damage onto that Rainmaker shield, but all of these bombs coming out is going to make their job so much more difficult because there's just not a lot of paint that they can put out on their own. Looks like they're going to try and go for the blob that's just chilling in the bunker here. They have the armor too. We have 14 seconds left. They have that Rainmaker, very nice direct, and oh, we got the left, but Butter here able to just make that try kill. They saw that coming. That Rainmaker's gonna get popped. They need to get the pick right here. Butter in perfect position. The Rainmaker. What?
Was that lead?
What did they?
They fell.
Did they fall? What?
They fell off.
It wasn't lead. How did they fall off is my question.
I think they intentionally swim off. Like, you know how
is there a grate there? Is there a fence there that you can swim through? Oh, yeah. I didn't realize there was a fence there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they tried to desperately do what you could do on Surgeon and
likely tried to
this. Good points.
Or they tried to juke and they ended up swimming through the grate. Because I wasn't aware there was a grate there, but that was an incredibly confusing end to a match. Now we're 1-1 in our set, but oh my goodness, like, wow.
That was I mean, I didn't know that you could go that way and that you could get points. Maybe you can, maybe you couldn't. Maybe they were just like, oh, maybe you can just try it anyways.
Did they get points with that? Because I guess
I don't think so.
I don't know if they got points. I mean, I know they fell off, and because it was the end of the game, we couldn't really entirely tell what happened there, but whether it was on purpose or by mistake, what a way to befuddle your commentators at the end of the match. Wow. Well, our set's 1-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very good game theory that we'll be seeing. And it'll even be more interesting on Starfish main stage because of, you know, Starfish, it's like it's really hit or miss. You can knock out in 10 seconds or you can knock out in 7 minutes. So yeah,
I mean, you really just got 2 choke points on your way. You have the whichever choke point leading into pit if you decide to go into that pit area, and then you have the ramp that goes up to the Rainmaker pedestal. Of course, there's other ways, like, you know, making a jump to a grate or whatever, but generally those do take you to a very similar position. Like that ramp, every single point you make up onto that ramp and up past the top of the ramp can possibly decide the fate of the game. It's not necessarily as snowball-y as Humpback Pump Track or Black Belly, but it can get very close.
It can get very close, and you know, in this game, it's really just getting points whenever you can, no matter what. So.
Yep, that is how it rolls with Rainmaker. All right, so they're going to be, looks like we know what comp they're pulling out. Hardcore Noobs is sticking with this double blah blobber, and it has been working for them. We got a couple of switches on the side of, we got Vivi on that foil Flingza now, so that's going to be quite nice. They have the missiles, you have the suction. We got that Knot coming back. Knot's unfortunately going to get taken down pretty early on. Avenge, though, the blah blah, oh, very, very nice. That's a wipe. That is a complete wipe. I was trying to shoot, and so this is a big lead waiting to happen on the side of Hardcore Noobs. Of course, you know, they gotta avoid that bomb. Gonna take it up this ramp as far as they possibly can. They make it! I don't know how they survived that, but they got all the way to 5 there, and there is still a presence here. Butter and Redwood doing everything they can. Oh, Butter, they get the pop. They're gonna take it up. Oh, both of them go down trying to go for that Rainmaker, unfortunately. So no additional points there. That's a full wipe, but wow. I mean, way to capitalize on that opportunity. Incredible play from Hardcore Noobs. I think they have the momentum of that previous game behind them. You can tell.
What a way to wake you up. Even if you somehow are still not awake and you just see that, that's a way to wake you up. That was extremely stressful. It was everything. That was a very good push on the side of Hardcore Noobs. Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. And now we have what can happen when you don't quite get the KO. You have the struggle for mid. You have the struggle to get a push as big as that opening push on the side of they have it, but they don't. Oh, but are getting taken down a little bit after by that Rainmaker, but maybe still a good trade. We got the suction bombs coming out, those missiles coming out. Many, many things are happening on the map right now. Hardcore Noob's going to take that Rainmaker. Looks like they're going forward with it as well. Inkjet up for the entire sake of taking down that Rainmaker. And when you have a special dedicated to taking you out, that's when you know you are a threat.
Yes. It looks like right now the kick out on the side of Skid is currently just trying to play protective and not really trying to make any risky moves. They're using the bomb to try and flash out people on the left side of the Rainmaker. It looks like that will be a pop on the side of Skid, but Hardcore Noobs, it is Rainmaker. You can easily choose it at this point.
Mm-hmm. This is a very difficult spot for them because, I mean, this is not where Supervision wants that Rainmaker to be. And as long as Hardcore Noobs maintains a presence, as long as they keep on touching the storm, everything is being made so difficult for Supervision right now. I mean, they're popping those specials, they're doing their best, but they just cannot make it out, especially with the blob just exploiting this high ground right here. And Butters is making a run for it. There we go. There's the KO. You absolutely love to see it. Butters popping off throughout this set. This triple slosher comp working out in their favor, and there's the set 2-1. That was incredible. I loved watching that so much. Way to put on a show. That was so fun.
Great job, both teams. Thank you, Hardcore Noobs, for putting Spicy going double blob, and thank you for Skit for giving us your name and also putting up some good fight. So
Again, yeah, I mean, yeah, way to entertain, way to give us commentators, way to give everybody else in the audience a show. With that amazing set, that's going to do it for us two commentating. We do have the rest of the tournament. We got the other half of Swiss to go, 2 more rounds, as well as some Top Cut. So we're going to be handing off the mic to Omni and Nox Raven. Then later you'll see Devi and Gem on for the for semis and grands. So that's going to be great. All of those comments are amazing people. Well, with that, Reef, remember everybody in the audience, you should stick around. After grands, we got an incredibly big announcement to make. And with that, Reef, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
you can all find me over at Twitter at _Reef_. That's 4 E's. And where could they find you, Cater?
You can find me also on Twitter at Cater_. I do commissions, talk about the things that I commentate. That does it for the two of us, of course. There's plenty more Minnow Cup action to come. Thank you for commentating with me, Reef. It was a pleasure. We'll be right back at you guys with round 4 and a different compare. Stay tuned.
See you all later.
Hello and welcome back to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I'm OmniFatal on the mic here with Nox, and we're going to jump right into our round 4 Swiss between What No Wa versus Squid Killers.
Our first map that we've got coming up is Piranha Pit, which, as everyone knows, we should see a decent bit of Ray coming out here.
I'm going to predict at least one Ray from each team. I actually played double Ray on Piranha Pit in League like last week. It surprisingly worked out. I was not expecting it to do so well. Followed after Piranha Pit, we're going to have Inkblot Art Academy, a bit of more traditional stage. I'm pretty sure the thing that you're thinking of that you've seen on Twitter.com is banned, so we won't see that.
I actually believe it was asked about in Help Desk and is allowed.
Oh, it is allowed, so we might see the tech that makes the Japanese players mad as we get into Piranha Pit Rainmaker. Game number 1 here.
There is no Ray.
Well, there's one Ray.
There is one Ray, but there is no Ray coming out of What No Wa.
No Ray. Bold decision. We'll see if it works out for them with the Junior, Blob, K-Shot, and K-Pro composition versus the Bamboo, the Sea-Jets, the Sploosh 7, and the Soda Slosher. Squid Killers predictably getting the pop here with that Sploosh 7, the Soda Slosher. Unfortunately, not going to find any value there in mid.
K-Pro starting to push up here, looking for some space to claim, but not quite really able to find much right now.
Teams just trading kills back and forth in the mid-fight, all those K-Pro looking to get into a really nasty position here. It's going to be hard to clear them out. They're playing around the cover well. They're looking for an opportunity. Going to back off for now, though. As the Tenta missiles are going to come out, the Stingray is available here for Squid Killers. That's going to be 2 kills.
3 down.
3 kills now. They're going to have to act quickly and pick up that Rainmaker, and they will.
And it is just the Junior up, but they will be able to throw quite a few bombs from how their build looks. And
well, all the bombs in the world aren't going to help you as this Rainmaker gets up to 29.
The Sploosh is probably going to try. The Sploosh is going for pop here. Probably not going to be able to find it. Goes down while trying to get it. And What No Wa are just moving forward here, trying to get the Rainmaker out of their base, trying to reclaim a little bit of space on the map. Able to find some picks as the Rainmaker is just kind of holding forward here.
Rainmaker holding forward, but here comes that all-important Stingray and the missiles, but it's not going to find enough value. There's the Rainmaker now going to go down. 2 down on the side here of What No Wa. And, you know, we talk about the counter push here from What No Wa, but Squid Killer's getting it all the way down to 29. It's a pretty solid lead, even on a map like this.
It's a pretty solid lead, but by no means unbeatable. This is a map that gets KO'd pretty frequently. Sploosh doing a lot of work right here, really doing some good cleanup, throwing some bombs, has that hammer at the ready to get a push going, and of course, it's a Sploosh. It can pop the barrier really quickly if it comes down to it.
And pop the barrier, but they're choosing not to in this position, holding onto that hammer, waiting for What No Wa to make a mistake, and that, I would say that's a mistake.
And yeah, that is 2 down on the side of What No Wa as Squid Killers are able to really start going in here, able to get some great picks. Not quite able to find the K-Shot with this hammer. Maybe not quite as quickly as they would have wanted, but the Sploosh able to start really moving up here. Ray coming out, allowing them even more freedom of movement forward. And the Slosher and Sploosh doing a pretty good job moving together there for a second, although not quite able to find the picks they wanted.
That's Stingray picking up 2 kills, but it's now just the Sea-Jet alive on the map here for Squid Killers. The Ray getting a lot of value, definitely making this counter push a lot less powerful. What No Wa, only 2 members available, and they're just going to paint out mid. They're going to get ready, they're going to charge their specials and try and make a big counter push. I imagine with those missiles and potentially with this Booyah Bomb that the K-Pro has available.
Although the K-Shot does go down.
K-Shot going down that. Missile's a very important special in making a push. Here comes the Booyah Bomb though. Going to try and make up for that with 1 member down on Squid Killers. Ink Armor as well being popped.
Yeah, that Booyah Bomb did a good job of forcing people off of that right ramp, but not quite able to really clear them out the way they probably wanted to. Having to take this push pretty slowly, which gave Squid Killers time to charge up Ray, which is unfortunate.
What No Wa going around the left side here. Is that going to be a successful strategy? Looks like not. 3 down on the side of What No Wa in the last
jump out
Junior.
from their Junior.
Excellent jump out. Squid Killers are going to retake map control in this mid area with that Bamboo and the Soda Slosher.
I will point out here, that Junior has already gotten 5 armors.
It's a Junior. I would expect nothing less. As unfortunately, K-Shot going to go down here on the side of What No Wa. And Squid Killers really under no pressure to make a big push here. They're just going to harass. They're going to take as much space as they can, but they're under no pressure to walk forward, take any risks whatsoever. Just going to charge up specials and try and harass What No Wa with this Rainmaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Really able to apply a lot of pressure and just keep it going.
This Inkstorm not quite going to pick up the Rainmaker, although they're have to strafe around it a little bit, and the Blob coming around on the flank. Are they called out? Are they spotted? Looks like they are, as Zermatt is going to move the Rainmaker back towards the mid area. Blob going to go down there, and that's 2 down on the side of What No Wa.
And this is an extra handful of points on the side of Squid Killers, really allowing them to just be very comfortable with their lead at this point. Not quite like I said, this map can KO pretty easily, but now they have pushed to 9. So
well, that's gonna be 2 down on the side of Squid Killers. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. Getting a little bit overzealous, unfortunately, of course, for What No Wa.
But they have really easy to build specials that are so strong on defense that it's just going to be very hard for What No Wa to come back in. Although that being said, Squid Killers keep jumping into that when they really didn't need to.
Absolutely. Squid Killers, like I said, under no pressure to push here, and yet they still are going 2 and 3 down in these situations. But unfortunately, for What No Wa, they're going to go 2 down themselves, and this looks like it might be the end of the game for What No Wa, unless they can pull some rabbit out of the hat here.
Yeah, they need to pull off a miracle. And with only 20 seconds and a C-Jet nearly at Ray, that's going to be very rough to do. I will point out 13 KA from that Bamboo. A really incredible number to see coming out. And that Jet's been doing a great job with their Rays, really applying a lot of pressure with them and using them at smart times, not just completely spamming.
Rainmaker being reset, but it's not going to be enough. One last Stingray going to be used, and Squid Killer is going to pick up that first game pretty convincingly over What No Wa.
We saw really great special coordination out of Squid Killers there, and one thing I really want to give them credit for is whenever they got the opportunity to move, they moved quickly and without hesitation. One of the most important things you can do in Rainmaker.
Absolutely. Rainmaker being one of those speed modes, you want to go as fast as possible. The Rainmaker can push as fast as you can carry it, and so taking those opportunities when your opponents are 2 and 3 members down and attacking quickly is very vital. They're going to head onto Inkblot Art Academy. We'll see if
I will say
continues not to use Ray. Yeah.
Yes. Ray is a little bit less important here, although it is still Rainmaker. Ray is always solid. The one big issue with Inkblot Art Academy, to me, isn't even the exploit. Like, if you can pull that off, that's great. Good for you. But if you get a good push on this map, you can just take it down to your sides, to the other team's tree area, or whichever side you want to view as the other team's. If you're Alpha, it's the left tree area. And you just can hold it there for forever. If you get a push to like 20 or 30, you can just take it there and you just live there now. It's not fun for either team, but it sure is an option.
That tree, definitely a hard area to clear. There's so many strange angles, especially if your opponents are coming from the high ground. You can't easily clear them with a lot of short-range weapons.
And even then, you can just grab the Rainmaker again before the other team can grab it by just sharking up there, waiting for them to pop. You grab it again, and then, oops.
We'll see it. They're going to pop it again.
Yeah, and it's so close to the other team's spawn that it's just a little bit unfortunate.
We'll see if either of these teams opt to use that strategy as we'll get into game number 2 here. We'll see if they'll continue to see. I expect to see C-Jet still, and I expect to see Sploosh. We'll see if What No Wa switches it up, or if they continue to use that Blob K-Shot composition as we're loading into the game here.
Blob is very solid on Rainmaker, I will say. It's so good at popping that barrier. It's so good at applying pressure, and it can hold so much space.
Very similar comps from both teams. Only one LDE on both teams. We didn't mention that last game, but that is a very important gear perk for a lot of weapons here.
2 LDEs on actually the side of Squid Killers.
Ah, good catch. As we're getting into the mid-fight here, that's Sploosh going so aggressive at the start of the match.
K-Shot already down. That is 2 down already on the side of What No Wa, and Squid Killers is really able to move up here, although nobody's grabbed yet. There they go, finally grabbing. Sploosh is already pushed up here, forcing this blob to drop, managing to get them out. Already one pushed up onto their plat, and this could be a huge push for Squid Killers. Already to 34. Very solid for this map. Not quite what you're looking for. A couple more points would be nice, but they have a Sploosh up there, and they could probably get this pop if nobody else is going for it.
Looks like What No Wa is trying for it, and they will get the pop in the end, but are they going to be able to pick up the Rainmaker?
Another pick, and that is a few more, and that is almost a KO for Squid Killers.
Squid Killers acting really well on that early aggression, the Sploosh Tri-Slosher combination. They're just going to run at you, and they're going to do a bunch of damage really quickly.
And they're choosing to drop left tree here. It's a great place to kind of regather themselves because the other team can't make a quick push from there. Choosing to go back into mid for a second before going back. Able to start moving up here as the K-Shot's probably going to go down, engaging in that 2v1 situation.
Zarella here, not quite going to find the Rainmaker in this situation. The Rainmaker doing a good job of staying elusive, walking around the defense here, and that Sploosh going to be taken out quickly. That's a big pick for the side of What No Wa. Unfortunately, the Stingray's going to come out. Are they going to be able to dodge it? Looks like they are. Aim not quite true, and now it's going to come around.
They do manage to get a solid start to a push out of that, although they're not going to be able to continue it as the K-Shot overextends a bit, and the K-Pro is just on respawn.
And once again, Squid Killers under absolutely no pressure to make any sort of push here. Only one last-ditch effort active on the side of What No Wa. Obviously, it's the junior. It's in full effect, but they're under no pressure. They don't have to walk up. They really can't get any more value besides knocking out. So they can just take their time and play a solid defense here.
And they do have good. They have good specials for just playing that defense. That Ray's going to be great for it. Those missiles are super wonderful for it. The hammer is a little bit more aggressive, but still can be used defensively.
Yeah, we've seen Lois and other teams use that hammer quite aggressively. Here comes the Rainmaker. The K-Pro caught out on the other side of the map.
That's a nice two from the try and a great hammer throw from the Sploosh, and that is a full wipe onto What No Wah yet again. So they're going to take another push here, just reclaim space, force the other team back. Great Ray coming out here, forcing the Blob to try and jump out, not quite able to. Sploosh is up there pushing the K-Shot, able to find the pick, and the K-Shot's just kind of holding forward here with the Rainmaker, able to really start getting a forward move as people are respawning. Probably going to go down to the Blob. But the Sploosh has hammer and can re-pop here if they're in the right position.
Yeah, this 2v2 repop going to be very dangerous for Squid Killers if they're not able to get it, as the Sploosh is going to go down to the Rainmaker shield. What No Wah, a little bit of a shaky first half at defense, but the second half they were able to pull it back. Oh no.
Although that try is
Nox.
still behind.
They don't know. They lack the
know.
critical information.
Oh, they are
Spike
going to
might be
get
too slow.
It's
The Shark might be just too
to get
slow.
a couple things out of it. Yeah.
They're gonna get one trade, but I'm not sure if that was entirely worth it for the size of obviously a lot of play here, but
Yeah, I don't think it really hurt them to do it. Like it still allowed them to take up space, and if the defense hadn't gone well from their teammates, it would have offered them a lot of freedom. You know?
Squid Killers able to take those a little bit more risky plays, a little bit lower percentage plays, because again, they're winning 1-69. They are under no pressure here from What No Wah, especially as the Stingray comes out.
Does have to go out. You do have to KO here, which is always rough to do against a team with a C-Jet. That's Sploosh up to 13 kills, 13 KA already. Very impressive.
KA and 5 hammers. The new age special spammer, Sploosh 7, as Squid Killers rush into the base of What No Wah. They are taking no prisoners. They're taking no time. They are taking all these aggressive sharks. However, the K-Shot's going to go down. That might put a delay on the play, and it will, as What No Wah pick up 2, and the Rainmaker as well.
And we do still have that try-sharking, although they are going to go down to pop there, which is always unfortunate to see.
Well, speaking of unfortunate, What No Wah really does not seem to be getting a lot of these kills clean compared to Squid Killers. Squid Killers able to get clean 2 and 3 down situations, and yeah, exactly, we see that again there.
Yeah. Yeah, What No Wah is just really not able to find their foothold, and I think part of that could be the difference between playing with an established team where you know each other's rhythms and patterns, especially in a mode like Rainmaker, versus what I would assume to be a pickup.
Are you telling me that What No Wah is a pickup name as the Blob is going to be harassing the Rainmaker? They're going to be going down very low, and they are eventually going to go down to the K-Shot.
But the thing Squid Killers has been doing a great job of here by just pushing the Rainmaker into the other team's side the whole time is they can't KO if you have the Rainmaker. If you're pushing them, they can't do much.
Exactly.
And we still have this Sploosh behind here, having to go for this flank. Probably going to be able to find it. They're very close to hammer. I don't know if they're going to focus that, but they're going to...
They don't even need to go for the Rainmaker right now. They're just going to pad some stats, they're going to farm some kills, so the Stingray is going to take care of the Rainmaker.
Yeah.
And Squid Killers up to a commanding 2-0 lead in the set.
Really great games there from Squid Killers. They're doing a great job utilizing their specials and taking full advantage of the openings they create using bombs and specials and managing to get those picks and really just clear out the map. And that Sploosh doing a great job that game.
Sploosh with that huge impact. We'll see if there's an adaptation for What No Wah. When you think about Ray, it does not seem like they have a player for C-Jets or that V-Charger potentially, so...
I will also say that their K-Shot hasn't really been able to focus missiles probably as much as they would want to deal with the Ray, which is a bit unfortunate because it would allow them way more space to move.
They are getting harassed a lot by this that Sploosh 7, so that might be something that they're talking about, the adaptation between games that we see sometimes from teams. Even if you're playing the same comp, you can approach it a different way and be able to get some ground back, get some figure out your opponent's kind of game plan.
They keep rushing in before they really have specials ready to go in, and that's just always really rough to do, especially against a comp like Squid Killers.
Yeah, exactly. This last game here going to be Wahoo World, a classic map for, I mean, I associate it more with spot zones, but a big open map.
Yeah, an important note about Wahoo Rainmaker is the bridge on left that opens and closes is not open at the start.
As many a solo queue player has found out to their dismay as they try and jump across, only to fall into carousel and die to a roller.
That is
always there.
Goes. Yeah, it's just
tricky.
It's an interesting thing about that map is that you're always just gonna have to, like, opening on that map is so interesting because it really seems like the bridge should be usable, but
you watch it on the map, you're like, oh, I can definitely catch it every single time. You can't catch it. I feel like someone's probably tried it, and they've like, if you're like full swim speed sploosh or something silly like that, you can maybe.
I don't think it's achievable. I think the devs did a pretty good job of making sure that wasn't
behavior.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Is there taking a?
But it's not a map we see used in comp very often for Rainmaker, so I am excited to see what people choose to run. It does favor longer range weapons pretty heavily.
I want to see a leader.
I don't think we're gonna see a leader.
I want to see a leader.
I think we will see that C-Jet come back just because it is Rainmaker.
Yeah.
We might see the Sploosh come back, although it is a rougher map for Sploosh than, say, Inkblot.
I think you can. The Sploosh can find a lot of value, kind of sharking in different areas on this map. Carousel is, like, as I said, always a scary position to be clearing as we're going to load into game here. We'll see if they stick with that Sploosh, and I'm curious to see if there's a comp adaptation for what Noah. Nope, same stuff. They know what works. They know what they're comfortable with.
And we are seeing a Squeezer come out. Always fun to see a foil Squeezer.
Always fun to see a foil Squeezer. Unless you're on the other side of it, of course, as what Noah are. As we see the openings here, as we get into our third game on a Wahoo World. What Noah looking to claw back one game against Squid Killers. They're gonna get popped, which is a good start. Their blob getting set up here on this flat area.
Paper really trying to push up here with the pain at their feet, but they are having to contend with a few weapons, and they do go down as the Squeezer and Jet are shooting at them from above. Try down on the side of Squid Killers.
Can we trade out for that Tri-Slosher? Here comes the hammer. Gonna pick up one kill. Are they gonna be able to find a second? Here comes the throw.
Not quite. And it looks like Squid Killers might have to back off some here as what Noah is able, I take that back, the Try's able to find a great pick and will allow Squid Killers to be able to hold mid here. Sploosh able to get that pop as Sploosh is so good at having to back off a little from the blob though.
Able to back off. Oh, the Sploosh able to find that jumping shot there on the K shot. That's gonna be a huge pick. Are they gonna be able to find a second one here?
No, they are just moving forward. They are just painting ahead for their teammate. Probably gonna pop hammer here in a second. Not quite able to find time to before the Booyah Bomb gets them. Try over here, pushing this K-Shot, able to find a great pick on them.
Looks like what Noah, a little bit more stable this game, a little bit more in their element, but still losing out on those individual fights here and there across the map as they're going to pick up the Rainmaker and try and score some points on the crackback here. They already got the Tri-Slosher down, which is a good start, but this Rainmaker looks a little bit isolated. They look like the team's not quite there, although I say that, and then here comes another kill for what Noah.
But there is a Ray at the ready here, although they're not really able to utilize it, and they are going for that uninkable path, and they are able to get lead here. They are pushed all the way to 20 already. They're able to find the pick, but not before what Noah is able to push all the way to 18. A great push on this map.
Absolutely, yeah, great push there from what Noah, using
and
a little bit of misdirection.
And the K-Shot is still up here.
K-Shot able to get one more kill before they go down. Using a little bit of misdirection on that Ray, right? Ray's raying towards elbow, distracted from the Rainmaker by the two players pushing them, and eventually they do go down. As what Noah has an armor available for this pop, although it looks like they're not particularly interested in it right now.
It seems like they're way more interested in just regaining a little bit of map control that they weren't focused on while they were pushing, and like just regaining space, getting specials ready for when Squid Killers manages to make this next push, although two of them have gone down in the process.
Squid Killers with 4 specials available, 4 glowing icons. That's always so scary to face down.
And the blob goes down. They are choosing to sacrifice the Ray here for this push because they do have plenty of other specials ready, including those very, very important bubbles from the Squeezer.
Bubbles. Although unfortunately, Squid Killer is going to lose one member here.
Great pick there from the Rainmaker. Hammer coming out, bubbles coming out. This could be a great push here if they are able to get these bubbles popped. Not quite able to yet.
The blob on the high ground gonna try
and that is gonna be lead over to Squid Killers. And the Sploosh and Try are still up there. Try finding a great pick. Sploosh is still there, not quite able to shark, having to try and just get out of there with their life.
Your Matt making a Sploosh look like a T-Tech, absolutely tearing through the side of what Noah. They're still sharking and they're gonna get one more kill. Are they gonna be able to get another 2? Not quite. As the Rainmaker cycles through spinner here, carousel, as what Noah trying to regain some footing in this game.
Yeah, what Noah is doing such a better job this game, using their specials together, really trying to coordinate a little bit more. Still not seeing many missiles out of the K-Shot, which is always unfortunate, but the Junior's doing a great job using armor at pretty good times. K-Pro's trying to find good picks.
We say that, unfortunately, the K-Shot's going to go down, and the Tri-Slosher's going to jump on the Rainmaker. Not quite going to find
able to find
the kill yet. able to find 2, and the Rainmaker's gonna be the last one to go down.
And that is a delayed wipe on the side of Squid Killers. K-Shot just respawning now, and the Squeezers just... And I think Squid Killers has realized that they can just kind of wait this out. They don't need to be too aggressive here, aside from the
You say that, here comes the Sploosh with the hammer. I don't think Zermatt knows how to not be aggressive. I think they only know how to hold forward and press the hammer button, and props to them, it's been working out.
They're pretty good at it. It's working out for them.
The Tri-Slosher also getting some value on the back end here, as What No Wah tries to set up on hills, but unfortunately those bubbles are going to be able to get them, reach them there, and here comes the Stingray as well.
Applying a lot of pressure to that blob, finding the pick. And the Squeezer's just waiting for somebody to try and drop them, although it doesn't seem like it seems like they have been called out.
Squid Killer is just finding so much value here, finding so many threats, making What No Wah respond on so many different angles of attack, and they're not able to. There's too much pressure coming out. There's too many players in their base now. This K-Shot the only one alive, and they're going to go down now too. The Junior going to try and charge an armor, but in their base there's a hammer!
Oh, unfortunate. I'm going to give the C-Jet some credit here of they're doing a great job of not rushing in with their teammates and like just being ready with their end of game special in case something were to go horrifically wrong. Which
that
it luckily
which it
didn't. Yes, that
not going to be needed to use here. Squid Killers take this set 3-0 over What No Wah. We did see signs of life there out of What No Wah.
We saw that really great reaction from the Rainmaker of noticing that all 3 of them were watching elbow rather than paying attention to the Rainmaker and able to take that sneaky little uninkable path.
A game that definitely could have gone the other way. Had a few fights, had a few kills gone the other way, but with all that said, Squid Killer is going to take that set 3-0 as we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with round 5 of Swiss very shortly. Hello and welcome back to round 5 of Swiss here in Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I'm Omnifailer here on the mic with Nox Raven, and today, and for our round 5 matchup we have Illuminai versus My Lag Paradise. But these teams have been around for quite a while, don't you think?
Yeah, they're both very well-established teams that we've seen bouncing around low level in Illuminai's case for over a year, which is very impressive. Just to keep a team together for that long.
Exactly. As we're going to take a look at the maps here, Snapper Canal, The Reef, and Humpback Pump Track. I'm going to be honest with you, Nox. I always have trouble with which map is which, and I cannot picture Snapper Canal in my head.
Don't worry, I got it. Snapper Canal is a very interesting map for Rainmaker, because Pop doesn't really matter. You don't get paint on the ground from it. You might get a lucky pick from it, but probably not. People know where the Pop barrier goes, and it's just a rough map.
I remember it now. All right, we're gonna get to Snapper Canal right here. We'll see what the comp
And we
is.
are seeing the Range Blaster come out from Illuminai.
All right. 1 LDE and no LDEs here for the side of My Lag Paradise. A little bit interesting pick in Rainmaker, but I guess I don't really have any special spammers outside of that C-Jet, as Pop is going to go over to the side of My Lag Paradise. But yeah, again, like you said, not the most important thing here. I want to see what the Tetris are going to get done with this ink armor.
A very interesting comp out of Illuminai. The Tetris have already lost their armor. Not quite going down there, but taking a lot of chip. Are they going to be able to find a pick? Not quite, but the try has gone down already.
Something with Tetris, they don't necessarily need to get a pick, they just need to stay alive to get value. Sonar striking here with that Neo Splash, not going to be able to get the kill there, as My Lag Paradise is going to pick up the Rainmaker and head towards that left side.
Radish doing a good job backing off here, staying alive, getting ready to use that next armor. Does go down before he's able to use it though.
Yeah, My Lag Paradise playing for the snipe area. They are going to go 2 down, so they might call off this push or at least try and delay it for their jumps to get back in. But it looks like this K-Shot is having none of it, saying, "This way, come here." We're painting the Rainmaker.
This is probably game.
Unless?
Oh!
No,
Nah.
that's game.
Really
So
great use of specials there from My Lag Paradise. Illuminai seemed to panic a bit as they were having to come back in, which is always unfortunate, because the moment you panic in Rainmaker, you pretty much lose.
Yeah, My Lag Paradise doing a good job of pulling the defense back and forth. They looked like they were going to go left, and then they decided, nope, we're going up slick. And so My Lag Paradise is going to take that first game very quickly in a KO fashion here. And let's give me a little bit more time to talk about these maps. The Reef up next. Bridge, obviously so important on this map. A focal point of the entire map.
This is a map that if you manage to get a quad at the start, that's pretty much game. You've just you're done.
You're done. I think that's true of Rainmaker in general, though, as this map's...
Some maps, if you get a quad, you'll get a push to like 20 and the other team will get a chance again. The Reef is kind of just, if
You're
there's
done.
a quad, that's...
What you're forgetting, Nox, is you have to make the jump. And I always fail the jump.
You do have to make the jump. The jump from block over to their... over to by the uninkable ramp is so important.
Yeah. And of course, map 3 here, Humpback Pump Track, the infamous pop gun counter pick. We'll see how that works out for these teams as we're getting loaded in here. I want to see Illumini take a little bit of a breather, use all their time when they're picking weapons, just mental reset, right? Getting knocked out at Rainmaker, especially so quickly, always a bummer, but you gotta reset, you gotta take your time, take a breather, and I like that they're not immediately getting back into this one. They're taking a little bit of time to regroup, think about what their game plan is for this map, and I'm gonna make a bold prediction because I know Radish. I want to see Radish Squiffer.
Radish Squiffer would be cool. Would love to see Radish Squiffer.
Fully unhinged.
Absolutely. I don't think we're... I will say, I don't think we're gonna see that. Radish has very rarely chosen to go fully unhinged in a tournament.
Boy, I can dream.
You can dream. That would be very fun to see.
Cool. As we're waiting for the teams to get ready here.
I would not mind seeing Blob come out from Radish. Not that he plays that much anymore. But Blob on Rainmaker, I think, is just an underrated pick, especially Blob Deco, because it's so incredible at getting pop, and you can rely on that repop to really aggressively rush forward.
And also on this map where bridge is so important, indirect damage is going to be a big factor. We'll see how Illumini changes up their comp. They're not going to change it up whatsoever. They know what works, and here comes on the other side. Here comes on the other side the Empire quad shooter.
Although no LDE at all.
These are not LDE believing teams, as Pop gonna go to the side of My Like Paradise, and they're not quite gonna push too aggressively. Yeah, I say that, and Radish might be getting caught out here by the Zap. Nope, you're gonna stay safe, and Zap gonna rotate back underneath the bridge.
Yeah, Zap really trying to push up here, trying to find a pick on this range blaster. Not quite able to find it themselves, but their team's missiles do. Able to find another pick on the Junior, just the splash left. And this should be a solid push from My Like Paradise.
Yeah, My Like Paradise getting 3 down here. Just the blaster to defend. B has a lot of work to put in here. It's gonna be able to see if they can find the picks, find the shots. They're gonna get some chip on the Zap, but overwhelmed quickly. Now it's just the splash and the Tetris to defend. Sonar.
And that's
just gonna get down. That's gonna be a KO once again.
Having a hard time with those podiums today.
Listen, it's a little bit difficult. You're excited. You're like, oh, I'm gonna knock out, and then you just gotta, it's a weird sloping surface. So I think that might be part of it. Illumini gonna get knocked out once again here by My Like Paradise in quick fashion. That Zap just going absolutely crazy, finding so much value, finding so many opportunities to catch Illumini blindsided, I would say.
Yeah. Really hard to come back from those 2 games mentally for Illumini. Those are rough losses to have to take, and they're not really able to find the picks that they're probably used to being able to find.
Yeah, Illumini looks like they're just not even getting their footing in these games. They're kind of not, the Tetras are trying to find value, but not quite able to get what they want to get done. There's good signs of beginnings of good. I know these are good players, and so they're just trying to find their footing. I think trying to get their strategy set up here as we're getting into Humpback Pump Track.
I will say it does seem like My Like Paradise has also been purposefully making sure to try and take out their armor player early, which is very important to do in a comp with Tetras, is to get rid of the armor. Tetras are way less powerful if they don't get armors.
Absolutely, Radish being a key target there for the side of My Like Paradise as we're headed into game 3 here on Humpback Pump Track. The pop gun counterpick. I don't remember the exact tweet, but I remember him saying something along the lines of, "Please don't pick this map against me." And of course, everyone replied with "counterpick noted." Humpback Pump Track. I think this we talked about Blob a little bit earlier. I think it's a map you can play Blob on.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty missile favored. Stingray.
I think it's the map. I think it's VJet's best map mode. I think VJet is absolutely stupid on Humpback Rainmaker.
Oh, I'm totally wrong. Again, this is not the popgun counter pick as you're loading into game. There's the blob. We got the blob. Mission accomplished.
And we are seeing double charger coming out of My Like Paradise. Not something you ever see, to be frank.
Looks like both teams having a little bit of fun with this third game. My Like Paradise already picked up the set. They're gonna try experiment a little bit, play some stuff that maybe they don't, or maybe it's a Humpback special. You can play a lot of strange things on this map as
Absolutely.
Gonna
Tetra
get a
able to
trade.
find a great trade there with the try.
And Radish using that bomb rush, gonna be able to chip damage. Oh no.
They don't know.
Oh no, Nox. They don't know. They don't know. They lack
don't know.
critical information.
But Radish gets the pick using Blob. Awesome to see. And able to jump out back to safety. Able to start setting up for some defense here. Snow being an annoyance in mid to the enemy team. Always great to see from a Tetra.
Absolutely. This Tetra being like a
Able to
mosquito.
find
I
a
was saying
great
mosquito. They
hit.
get a kill. That's
They get
kills.
2. Are they able to
huge
find
for
the third?
Illumina.
Not quite. They jump out in time. But the Charger
that's gonna
does
be
have
3.
Ray ready. So they're probably just going to rush as far forward as they can. They don't have another bomb rush at the ready. Actually, now they do. They probably should have held that to go for repop. But awesome to see them get a push of all the way to 18. That is, they are now fully wiped, but that is a push to 18. Pretty solid. It is Humpback Rainmaker, though. A map pretty notorious for strong counter pushes. And they are rushing on left here. Not something you see very often.
Yeah, I think they want to try and avoid the blob in elbow. However, they now have to deal with the blob on the high ground with the bomb rush. Not quite going to be a little bit easy. Not going to be that much easier. Although I say that, and of course, My Life Paradise able to pick up 3 kills here. Snow, unfortunately, going to feed forward, and let's see if Illumina can prevent the KO here. They do have members coming up. They are going to pick up a kill. They are going to lose the lead. They're going to get 2 kills.
K-Shot is last up, able to jump out. And the Illumini should be able to try and make a counter push here. They have a bomb rush at the ready, and they should be able to try and make something out of this.
Blaster, the one with the Rainmaker here, special not going to be available, but I think, oh, excuse me, that's the blob. I am mistaken, as Illumini is going to go 3 down here. Just the bomb rush, I say that, of course, and My Like Paradise just now respawning with a couple of their members as well.
Yeah, the Blaster's still here, still being a nuisance, not quite able to find any picks. Tetra moving in, though. Also not quite able to find anything.
Illumini looks like they're going a little bit 1-by-1 here, as Radish is going to be the last one to defend in mid. Fortunately, though, for the side of Illumini, oh no! I said, unfortunately, their members are respawning. Unfortunately, they just jump into their own death, as just Snow to defend here with those burst bombs and potentially a bomb rush available.
Potentially. They're a little bit far from it, and there are missiles coming out here from the side of My Like Paradise, which are going to really force Illumini's comp to have to scatter. Very rough for that range Blaster to have to deal with.
Radish here with the bomb rush available. Looks like they're going to be using it now to going down on the side of Illumini. They're going to try and, again, prevent the KO here, as Snow is going to go down on the back end.
Might be able to. Blob is very annoying to have to try and push past in a situation like this. My Like Paradise not able to find the KO, but able to find a push of all the way to 5. I will point out that Illumini is doing a much better job this game of making sure to take a little bit more time, have their specials, and not just feed in one at a time, which makes a big difference.
More specials, as you say, available for the side of Illumini. Are they going to be able to clear out this Tri-Slosher efficiently, though? I think that's going to be a big test for them, as this weapon just playing around elbow, really quite annoying to clear out, and as you see there, B is going to go down, and this Tri-Slosher is going to continue to get value in elbow. Can use that Ink Storm now. Just kind of harass Illumini. You have to clear out this weapon, but it's really hard to do. You don't want to take a direct engagement with it.
And it's rough,
pressured back
even
by the
for the
missiles and
Bob.
the Tri-Slosher.
And the rain. Lots of things happening to Radish there for a second. K-Shot really pushed up here, sharking, waiting for a good opportunity, jumping back, not quite close to missiles, but My Like Paradise doesn't need to make an insane push here. They just need to stay alive and stall for a little bit. They don't need to
stay
get another
alive,
great
though.
push.
They're down 2 members. Obviously, it's a 2v2 now for the side of Illumini as well, but Illumini doing a good job of the scramble defense, which is so important in Rainmaker, just getting to a good position. Snow going to be able to find 1 kill, but not in second with that Tetris.
And it is
Unfortunately,
another
they felt like
2v2
they were.
situation.
2v2 situation as
Rainmaker-
Radish.
Yeah, the Rainmaker's doing a great job of just stalling, waiting to see if they get their opportunity. Oh, that is unfortunate. The ink rail did disappear out from under them.
As that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Illumini. I say that, and of course, unfortunately, members go down for Illumini here. Just Radish to defend once again. Tetra's
And there are only
respawning
30
now.
seconds left. Illumini needs to make something big happen, and they just don't really seem to have the resources to make it happen right now.
They have the bomb rush, which is more than nothing, and the splashdown is going to be used there. Now the bomb rush to try and retake mid. Unfortunately, Radish is going to die with that. And Snow.
We do have another bomb rush.
Snow is going to be able to pick up
ready.
1 and get a second one.
They need to try and get pop here. Bomb rush should be able to, but not able to grab in time.
Those overtime rules so brittle in Rainmaker sometimes. But Illumini making a very strong push there, making a very strong case. Unfortunately, My Like Paradise got the better push, right? On this map that we saw so swinging at the beginning of the game, going 3 down, 4 down on either side. And that's Rainmaker for you. These big swingy pushes tend to be the ones that decide the game.
They do.
Gemini,
Coming back way better in that third game, though, able to regroup a lot more than they had in the previous two.
absolutely. And we're going to take another quick break here, and we'll be back with round 1 of Top Cuts here at Minnow Cup. Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I'm OmniFatal here on the mic with Nox, and we're getting into the first round of Top Cut with 7 Rainmaker haters versus INKD. 7 Rainmaker haters in the Rainmaker only tournament.
A lot of Rainmaker haters for a Rainmaker tournament.
I think we found a contender for best pickup name. As we take a look at the maps here, Inkbot Art Academy, as we saw previously, Manta Maria, and Sturgeon Shipyard. So we mentioned a couple rounds ago in Block Art Academy. To our understanding, the exploit is allowed. I don't think we're going to see teams go for it because it's a little bit too slow and a little risky. But Manta Maria is a very polarizing map in the community. I think it's a map that very heavily punishes mistakes, and so we could see a very quick knockout on that map. And the last map, Sturgeon Shipyard, another jump for me to fail. I'll say that much about it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they choose to do on Inkblot here, because once again, Ray's pretty strong here, as Ray is for all Rainmaker situations. And it looks like we are going into our first map.
Yeah, we're gonna get into map number 1 here. Ooh, okay. Deco 96 gun, not the one you see
96
too often.
from both teams, though, not weapons I expect to come out very often.
Exactly. You see double drop roller on the side of INKD. Both of those inkjet weapons going to be utilizing that gear perk efficiently, as here comes the first of what I assume to be many missiles of this match here from the side of INKD.
Yeah. We are seeing the Ray already coming out, forcing the Rainmaker to back up quite a bit as two of their teammates are also trying to push them. Not quite down yet, but they are forced into a bad situation because of the missiles and Ray. Really slowing down that opening push from Ink.
INKD here, looking like they're on the better half of it though, because they do have a 3-down situation now. May be able to make a bigger push, although of course that Tri-Slosher might have something else to say about it. Excuse me, Tri-Slosher, what am I getting? Yeah, Tri-Slosher might have something else to say about it. This is going to be a 2v2 situation now. But INKD, it looked like a planned out strategy to force out that Stingray early. They dodged around it pretty well.
Very back and forth here right at the start.
As we say, INKD, this T-Tac Sharking trying to get some value. They're going to be called out with those missiles now, and they're going to rotate back through mid. Stingray used early. Interesting decision here from Rainmaker haters. That might come back to cost them if they lose this pop, and they don't lose the pop, but they do lose their player.
And I will point out that that is an Inkjet ready along with missiles, and armor was out, although neither Inkjet gets popped with the armor. Something surprising to see.
Yeah, INKD maybe choosing to wait a little bit here, as Rainmaker hater is going to build back up with these missiles and use them in the mid area.
Yeah, the K-Shot for 7 Rainmaker haters is doing a great job on focusing on their special, making sure they get a lot of them out, and moving up the moment that that opportunity presents itself, really trying to get a lot out of that, but the K-Shot on Inked able to stop them.
Yeah, K-Shot making a huge stop there, getting 2 kills, stopping that push dead in his track. Inked did lose the lead here, but by only 1 point, so both these teams not with a huge lead here, and they're going to play a little bit more footsies before we'll see another push out matchup.
I will say, interesting to have Tri-Slosher as the solo armor from 7 Rainmaker haters. Not a weapon you see as a solo armor all that often.
That's absolutely correct. And it looks like Inked are going for their push now. They're going to try and pick up the lead. They will get that, of course, by a couple points once again. A 1-for-1 trade, and here comes the Stingray. But Funyo doing a great job avoiding it. Gonna get a lot more points and getting onto the plat there from Rainmaker haters and Inked. Very smart here. Gonna fall back. Gonna charge those specials. They said, we got what we want. We're not gonna take any unnecessary fights. I say that, of course, and here comes the Tri-Slosher bringing it.
Forced to back off, though, from what the K-Shot was doing.
Forced to back off with a team member down as we're headed back towards a neutral situation. Inked with their last player respawning, and that splashdown is going to land, but not going to pick up the kills.
T-Tech does manage to jump out, though, and the K-Shot on the side of 7 Rainmaker haters is down. So is the try. This could be another push out of Inked here, as they're really able to start opening up space and clearing stuff out in order to enable them to try and get back up on plat.
Does 96 doing such a great job of stalling with that Ink wall, drawing the attention of Inked, and now they're back in a 4v4 situation. Rainmaker here is not losing too much, although here come the missiles, and here comes follow-up specials potentially from Inked, as Inkjets are ready to go, as one is going to get popped. It's going to be 2 down.
Try does go down. It is a 2v2 situation yet again. A very, very back-and-forth game. Lots of close fights. And a lot of people, just in general, kind of splitting off on their own. Teams not relying too heavily on team play right now, it doesn't seem like.
as Rainmaker haters have the Rainmaker now, are going to try and make a push here onto Ink's plat. A good pick there on the Nautilus. That's going to be an important Inkjet's not available for a few more seconds as Rainmaker haters getting up, not quite getting the lead. 7 points
Just
the
the
difference.
try left, probably going to be forced to back off here as they solo pop armor for just themselves, really.
They solo pop armor and then don't go in with it. An interesting decision there because, you know, in those situations you try to want to make a stand at least or make some sort of value out of the armor, but they seem to have a little bit of decision paralysis as Inkey, the Rainmaker, and here comes the Tri-Slosher once again. They're going to
Good
go
pick
down
on
to
the
the Rainmaker.
try. I'm surprised they're not resetting here just to try and play it a little bit safer. But they might try and drop it over here by right tree, install here, but it's just not as safe as stalling on the other side, and they're not quite able to reset in time.
Yeah, we did talk about this tree position, although of course not on this side for INKD. You imagine it'd be on the other side, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The Tri-Slosher going to pop the Rainmaker, and we'll see if they're able to get this push a little bit further than last time. Going to be able to try and pick up this lead. Only 25 seconds left. This is a little bit do or die for Rainmaker haters. They're going to have to move quickly.
They have to really manage to get up a good push here, and it is a 2v4 situation. They have to rely on something wild happening, and they're just not quite able to find it, as it is just the C-Jet left, and they get picked off. Just the K-Shot, and they're probably not going to be able to find anything with all 4 members of Inked still up.
Yeah, Inked playing that defense very carefully, very cautiously. They know that Rainmaker haters have to make a play. They play it so they don't get too aggressive, and Inked picking up that first game in a little bit more controlled manner than we've seen previously. Both these teams not going for anything crazy, playing to their man advantages and their player disadvantages, just leaving when they're 2 down.
Yeah, both teams were doing a pretty good job moving around their specials and playing pretty safely.
Only 6 missiles from the case. 6 and 5 missiles.
Oh, just 6 and 5. Yeah.
A mere a partial. As we head to Manta Maria Rainmaker, the bane of many teams.
Manta Maria Rainmaker can be such a fast map under the right circumstances. If you can manage to get over that jump on the right side, you can KO in under 30 seconds pretty easily.
And I think the mid fight's going to be very important here. We'll see these teams, like we said, not playing too aggressive, not playing too crazily. I'll say they did make some aggressive moves, but they weren't, throwing everything they had at each other right away off rip. So we'll see if one of these teams wants to play more aggressively for pop and try and snowball from there, or if they'll play a little bit more of the controlled style that we've been seeing as we get ready to load into game number 2 here. Rainmaker haters.
A great map for Sploosh 7, admittedly.
Absolutely. Sploosh 7, I think it's really strong on all. You can make an argument for all 3 of these maps, as we saw. I think we saw Sploosh 7 on Inkbot Academy previously.
Yeah, it is Rainmaker. Sploosh does kind of just thrive in it.
Absolutely. Anything else? Any other? I mean, I don't think you really want to play Tent here. I'm trying to think of other funny weapons we could see. Manta Maria. I imagine we'll see Nautilus again from the side of Inked. That weapon does very well in Bunker, which is a very important position to hold.
Yes,
on
absolutely.
This map.
I think an often underutilized path on Manta is that top left path, because you can get a good push through there if the enemy team isn't watching it.
Absolutely. And of course, Stingray, so pivotal in Rainmaker in general, as we've been seeing all day. Stingray being that really difference maker special. We'll see if both teams opt to use it or just one or the other. I think Manta Maria is not particularly pro Stingray or anti Stingray. It's just like pretty decent. It is a longer map, but there's a lot of cover that'll reduce the damage of that Stingray. As we get loaded into game here, game number 2 between Inked and 7 Rainmaker haters. The Rainmaker hater is going to have to win this one to stay in the set, and there is that Stingray.
And we are seeing that Vanilla 96 coming out again. Not a very common pick, but it seems like it's working out pretty well for them so far. It seems like both of these teams will probably be based off of how their comps are built, more slow and not just going for those super quick rush downs that you often see on Manta.
Well, you say they're not going to see a super quick rushdown. There's 2 K-shots on the side of Inked. I think those are some pretty aggressive weapons going to be spamming a whole lot of missiles. They heard us from last time. They said, we'll give you more than 6 missiles. We'll give you double the missiles, as one of them is going to be going down here.
And we are seeing 7 Rainmaker haters start making that push over right wall. Able to find a very critical pick there. Rainmaker just holding forward, trying to get those big points, but not quite able to find them, as the K-Shot's able to find a good pick.
Now, with full map control, all of the members of Rainmaker haters have gone back to base or are just now respawning. They have one missile available. They're going to use it now, and they're going to make this.
And they do have another at the ready.
Have another one ready. I said, I hope you like that one, because here comes another. The Stingray?
Although they choose not to missile the Ray. Rainmaker having to hold forward here as somebody's pushing them from behind. They're probably going to try and jump and drop into that right area, but not going to be able to as the 96 gal is just watching there. And it is just that first K shot left. Sitting in mid, trying to just maintain a little bit of map control. Forced to back up, though, playing it safe, making sure that they have those missiles ready for the next push.
Absolutely, those missiles going to be so important here, along with comboed with the armor and potentially the ink jet here from the side of Inked. As armor jet available, we'll see if they'll commit it to the pop. Not quite, as the armor's going to go down. That's actually a big push, and here comes the Tri-Slasher through cut. They're going to try and find some value. They are missile, they should be called out, but is it going to matter?
It doesn't seem like it's making too much of a difference, as 7 Rainmaker haters is almost able to get down that drop. Just their 96 gal left, choosing to jump out. A great choice on their part.
Another 3-down situation here for the Rainmaker haters, and Inked gonna try and go quickly through cut. The question is, are they gonna be able to clear all these angles? Looks like the answer
Not
is no.
quite able to.
They have both the K shots available.
Both K shots playing pretty smart here, not pushing in too far, making sure that they use their missiles on a regular basis, making sure that they focus on their specials. A very critical part of like getting any forward momentum right now.
Absolutely, this Tri-Slasher going to get 1 kill in bunker, and it looks like they're going to use that Ink Storm and try and survive, dropping into street now. Very weak, and they are going to get one more trade before they do go down, but Ink has the Rainmaker now, and the Ray's coming out.
Although the Ray is out.
Ray.
K-Shot able to find 2 great picks there. 96 gal getting a lot of help in, although they do go down to the other 96 gal. Once again, not weapons that you see all that often. Cool to see them coming out.
96 and 96 violence here, as the 2K shot's the only one available for INKD. Rainmaker haters looking a lot stronger on this map, getting that first early push and then that second push. They're able to take a lot of space here on this left side, as we were talking about. This 96 getting in with that splashdown, gonna get canceled, unfortunately. 96 are both down once again.
And that is a 3-down situation. Good choice on the Rainmaker's part, just trying to hold forward and see if they can get a couple extra points while they give their teammates some time to respawn, while Inked has to pop the Rainmaker barrier and try and regain some mid control.
Beast with a very important kill there. If you miss out on that kill, the game is almost certainly over. Great awareness there to be in the right place at the right time to be able to defend. And now it's 4v4 again, Inked with the Rainmaker. They're a little bit at disadvantage, right? They're basically missing a player. Here comes the armor jet, here comes the missiles, gonna try and find a kill on the side of Inked. They're not able to get anything. I say that, they get 2 now.
And that was a great splashdown cancel. And that is a nice lead on the side of Inked.
This
a very good...
So hard to counter push on, excuse me. As when you get in this pit area, you have to climb all the way up. You have to clear a lot of angles. Although, of course, Inked not playing too aggressively here with only a couple members up.
They don't really need to now, though. 31's a pretty solid push on this map, and if they focus on staying up and throwing those 3 different suction bombs that they have, they can just control so much space without having to take a lot of risks. I say that, they do overextend a little bit.
Well, there's 2 K-shots down. It's not only the
and that is just
available.
The 96, and they are solo missiled and Rain's out. They are going to have to be really careful here if they don't want to lose lead, and that is going to be lead to 7 Rainmaker haters. With only like 40 seconds left in the game, they're going to have to play really smart here if they want to manage to get lead back again.
One of those missiles going to be used. The other one's still available. It's so important here not to run out your specials too quickly. I say that, and they use one of the missiles. The K-Shot can get that pass back pretty fast. As Deceased taking a risky fight in mid here, but they are going to survive. You have to be careful to pace out your specials here. You only have 15 seconds left. You're not going to get another push, so you need to not run out of gas.
Absolutely. You need to be very smart in these situations, making sure that you don't do anything too crazy. Although they do manage to get 2 down, one of which being the Siege Jet, which means there is no counter ray at the ready. Rainmaker is missiled, but it's not going to matter too much. This might be lead. They managed to get it. Awesome job there from Inked, really playing off of their specials well and managing to just outrun that splashdown.
That is, I think that's everything you could say about Rainmaker. That's Rainmaker in a nutshell. You have crazy pushes, 3 downs, both teams going back and forth, throwing everything they got. 11 missiles. All right. I see you. As INKD with the double K-shot competition, gonna be able to take this set.
Really great play out of both teams. A very close second game that really could have gone either way.
Absolutely. Rainmaker, more than any mode, I think, is a game of inches. The lead can change so fast, your fortunes can change so quickly, and so even the best teams will have situations where one play doesn't go your way, or one fight just barely you lose, and that can turn the whole game.
Yeah, Rainmaker managing to outswim that last little splashdown sure did do a lot.
Hey, my heart was in my throat right there. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and say goodbye from Nox and I. Up next, we're gonna have some lovely commentators following us up here. We're gonna have Devi and Jem for the rest of Top Cut. Thank you all for watching, and we'll be right back.
Alrighty, everybody, we are back at Minnow Cup Rainmaker Top Cut. We are in round 2, and we've got Legato versus Legato United, which is a mix of Legato and Kraken United, if no one's figured that out, and then My Lag Paradise. And I am Devi, joined by Jem.
Hello, Squid friends.
We're just going right into this. So, Rainmaker on Black Belt. Here we go.
Okay.
We got the C-Jet, we got a Tri-Slosher, common things to see on this map, and the other team's bringing out Squeezer and Nautilus as well, so definitely
very
got...
common choices, I would say. Would you agree?
Yep, definitely common ones. I'm interested to see how the Nautilus is actually going to play around, because I know that the Not players actually take, like, they have a couple different strategies here, but anyways, we actually see... Legato United just quickly getting a pretty decent run off of here, getting all the way to 45, getting that initial 2 down and just going off of it. They're keeping My Leg Paradise at 2 down consistently right now, and that's really benefiting them.
Mm-hmm. They were able to jump the jet back to get the Ray out early, but oh my goodness, he drops down, so that's going to take away a lot of scoring potential, but 21, still a very good push on this map. You can definitely win with a push like that if you defend well. So we'll have to see what what My Lag Paradise can do to get them out of their base first and then get themselves out. Honestly, I think even though the foil dies there, I think that's a good play because that delays their ability to get into mid.
It does. It stalled them out because we saw like at least 3 people looking at the player in the bubbles, just making sure that they don't splat any of their teammates. So it definitely did stall them getting to mid, as we see that Rainmaker didn't get very far at all.
Yeah, phenomenal inkjet there to split the team, and it actually ends up splatting the Rainmaker at the same time, so just completely scatters My Lag Paradise there and keeps them from getting any further into mid.
Rainmaker now stuck in a pretty interesting spot here, but it looks like it's probably going to reset, but there is a lot of members of Legato United just ready for when it gets back in mid here. They're just playing patient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Legato absolutely has the ability to just play patient here. They can let My Lag Paradise push into them and just take good defensive positions. So, okay, yeah, they picked up the Rainmaker. Doesn't matter, they don't have anybody down yet. They really need to use their specials and get an advantage here. A 1-for-1 trade going down, that's not going to be enough, especially since they have the Rainmaker.
We did see a flank come in from the side there that did distract a couple members, while there was still another ready from Legato United on the other side for where the Rainmaker was going. So just well done, well focused, and just using the off-angle delay just to feel like the Rainmaker can't get very far because this other person's being like, hey, look at me, I'm over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Legato United playing their positioning really well. Every single fight has come up them so far in this match. My Lag Paradise has not been able to get the Rainmaker past mid. I think part of that might be that on that last push, they picked up the Rainmaker before they really had any advantage, and so they were kind of down a member and were able to get pushed into 2v1s, into pincer attacks. Let's see what they can do with this armor here. They also have a Ray.
They also have Ray. The other team can counter with Bubbles and Inkjet. We do see the Bubbles going over the Rainmaker just so that that My Leg Paradise can't get it, and I believe the Bubbles did get a pick there in the corner. So great stall out. Like, they knew it was coming. So they're one step ahead right now on My Leg Paradise, and you can see that they're noticing what's coming at them, and they're just ready for it. Like, you can see that they're not taking overly too aggressive positions, and they're just having stuff ready to counter when My Leg Paradise is trying to do something.
My Leg Paradise gets a pick. We want to see them kind of pushing in here and taking advantage of this. They're forcing the remaining 2 members back, and those 2 members are on top of each other, so they'll be able to keep easy track of them. So let's see what My Leg Paradise can do. Oh no, what happened?
Oh no.
Bubbles, was there a bomb? 2 of them went down in the exact same spot. That's so unfortunate.
I didn't see it either. My guess would probably be a bomb with how close they were at, or unless if some fall-off shots got lucky. But I'm not too sure what happened, but either way, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah, it clearly wasn't Bubbles. Must have just been a junior bomb, or maybe a suction bomb from the Nautilus or something, right down there in a spot they couldn't see very well, and that just completely turns the push around. So unfortunate for them.
This corner spot to take the Rainmaker, it's actually kind of quite the safe spot until this Ray and missiles come out to force it away.
I don't think there's any place on the map that's safe when that combo comes out.
But it's like, what else are you going to do to get it out? Like, yes, you can bomb it out, but they didn't have the people there, so it's like, all right, we're just going to resort to missiles and Ray. However, looking at the clock here, there's 20 seconds left. Let's see if My Like Paradise can get any other specials back to potentially push back Logano United so they can get a push off.
And
look at this one on the wall here.
1 point in there. Oh, wait, that's 3 down. This could be huge. This is a really big push potential for My Like Paradise, but they need to be getting up there. It looks like maybe members are down and they're respawning back in. So this is going to be more of a neutral engagement. They might have a slight advantage in specials. They need to paint for this. They get a pick. They get 2. This is really big. They could actually get all the way in there. They just need to
really
defend
close.
the Rainmaker really well here. Oh, that Nautilus with the inkjet. This is huge. And the bubbles coming out. They need to back up. And that'll let the team... Whoa, they sniped them all the way across. I was going to say they gave their team enough time to respawn, and this is going to go back to neutral. But no, they just decided to end it right there with a really well-spaced inkjet shot. Phenomenal play there from Logano United. They were in control the entire match. Even then, when it's starting to fall apart a little bit, when they actually go 3 down for the first time, they still held it together. They played good defense. They used their specials at the perfect time. They kited back. Nobody got too aggressive. Really love to see the positional play from Logano United there.
There was that moment there where it was a 2v1 with the Rainmaker and another player there versus just a junior, and I'm surprised the junior actually didn't get rushed down, but I think the bombs that they were rolling down were just spacing them back long enough, because I don't know if My Like Paradise picked up on it, but there wasn't anyone else around the junior yet. It was just the junior controlling the area with splat bombs.
Lethal bombs OP. You just need one of those in front of the Rainmaker to make it waste a good 3 seconds or so in its push forward. It can separate them from their teammates who are protecting them. It can just splat them, but it can also just waste enough time that you give your teammates a chance to get back into the game and help you out.
We're moving on now to another map with a lot of hill terrain. We're going to Humpback now.
Okay, looking like very similar comps coming out here. I don't think there's anything different about either of them.
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember short term. Anyway, Pop is broken and we're still playing neutral game. Quick missile coming out by the K shot, and an armor coming out as well. So it's from both sides, and then there's a 1-for-1 trade. So very even right now for an opening.
I'm not liking the look of things for My Like Paradise in that the armor got popped and we didn't see a lot of forward aggression. We saw 1-for-1 trade, but they really didn't get a lot of value out of that armor in the end of the day. So
both teams popped it at the exact same time. So it was just they both popped it and went at it and then got that 1-for-1 trade.
So they opt just to play for space. So My Like Paradise in control of mid right now. Special advantage to Logano United, though. Let's see if they go in with this. They've got armor, they got missiles, they're scattering My Like Paradise all the way back, and they just walk into mid uncontested, except for that Tri-Slosh, who... It looks like it's a 2-for-1 trade. Scrappy fight going down in the middle, but Logano able to pick it up.
Oh, luckily they managed to pick off the K shot coming in from behind, trying to see if maybe they can get some work done. But right now, just the shooters are trying to use whatever range they have and fall off they have just to keep them back. In return, they're going down for it. This Ray is just trying to stall out, but the Rainmaker doing a nice job just dodging the angles, using the terrain for its advantage, and just working around its teammates here.
Ooh, and there's a pick down on the Tri-Slosh. Let's see what they can get going. And the missiles immediately come out to stall that. I think that's a good call.
I think...
corner picks one. Gets another. Great play there by Agent Octo. That's what the team needed to get the momentum back in their favor. Someone dropping into mid there, though. Nautilus can be able to kite that back.
Just using the rail from above there, it's like kind of looked that it was just kind of diving into a bunch of piranhas, just ready to get them when they land. It's with that rail.
Very careful how you push a Nautilus, and diving in from the air is not a careful way to do it.
Not at all. We've seen Inkjet coming out here, missiles as well. Rainmaker here just kind of stalled in a corner, and their teammates are going down. So Legato United here putting the Rainmaker in a tight corner here. 3 going down now for 2, so it's still not quite the biggest advantage that they're going to get, but they did stall Rainmaker in a corner here. But that also could make it difficult for them to grab themselves.
Mm-hmm. A much lower scoring game so far than it was in the last game here. While, Legato is in the lead here, they haven't been able to be quite as dominant on the map as they were last time. They aren't able to really get a solid push going. They trade a few specials back and forth, but it's been very neutral so far. Just waiting for the first big play.
Yeah, it feels like nothing big has really happened yet. It feels like the teams are using their specials and going in how they will. The other teams countering it very well, that they haven't really got the biggest advantage off here. However, this looks like a time, because it doesn't look like that the players were in the right spot there on the side of My Leg Paradise. So lucky that the Ray came out when it did, because I'm pretty sure I saw 2 in mid, 1 just in front of the Rainmaker, while 1 went back to Ray. So that almost could have been a bad idea, but Legato United got it down to 37, so that could be key here with 1:20 left, and with how neutral it's been, that could be the winning push.
Right, that's forcing them to do an awful lot more than they've done so far. Trying to get onto plat here is Agent Octo. Good that they're making this play with teammates. Specials getting popped. Ooh, but that's a crucial pick there for Legato. They're going to try and rush the Rainmaker here, but there's a lot of firepower coming up, and they do eventually trade it.
Oh, they were dodging the bubbles really well, and they did get the person who, they did get the squeezer that popped the bubbles, but the one that came in from behind ended up getting the splat. Agent Octo here just holding forward as much as it can, signaling their teammates to come so they can keep the pressure up. It's very risky, because now they can hold this corner with bombs, but the try going in here, see if they can get something. They don't. That's 2 down. The Rainmaker's in trouble.
If the Triad got 1 more there, I feel like that could have been a different story, but they weren't able to really get control of plat there, and that is that push down. Now Legato, if they can play this smart and just take the Rainmaker somewhere it's really difficult to get to.
They're doing, they're taking it back into their spawn, and
even though the timer is going faster, because this is a no Rainmaker zone, they don't have the entire rest of the match to wait. It's just 5 more seconds they have to survive. Great use of the raid there to try and snipe them out, but it has not been successful in doing that so far. It seems like they're tracking a little bit behind the Rainmaker on some of these attempts. Like, I remember the one from earlier in the match where it felt like it was behind them all the way. If they just led their shots a little bit more in those directions, I feel like they might have had a little more success, but who am I to judge? I don't play that sub.
Leading Ray isn't an easy thing. Definitely takes practice to do. So yeah, you could see it. It was just a little bit behind on the prediction, but it looked like it was close to getting the Rainmaker there until the Rainmaker dropped down to the lower ground, which makes the Ray have to re-adjust almost entirely. Unless if they see the drop, it's much easier. But from that corner, it's a lot harder to see. So it takes an extra little, the tiniest bit of time just to adjust it down. So dodging Ray using that terrain.
Yeah, same principle as jumping while shooting to try and avoid shots. If you have to just aim left and right, that's easy. That's a one-dimensional question. But if you have to start aiming up and down, all of a sudden that adds, an entire another dimension, literally. That makes it significantly more difficult to be precise with it. It is worth noting that if you're sitting inside your ink, they can't see you using the map. They would have to look, out from where they are and just look using their eyes instead of their maps. So that is one little tip. Like, if you go airborne out of the ink, you're actually visible on the map, whereas you're not otherwise. But yeah, I think definitely using the terrain there was a smart play in the end, just to stall for that extra second or 2 that they needed.
But it looks like we're going to be going into the finals here right away as Legato United takes on Access Denied. Both teams here took their semifinal sets 2-0. So in third place match is My Leg Paradise and Inked, or Ink D, however we want to say it.
Is that correct? We did just see Legato United and My Leg Paradise. Is this going to be finals that we're seeing here?
This is finals, yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is finals. Legato United and Access Denied. Both, we've got the combo team with two teams that are relatively known. I know I've seen them around in other tournaments that I go combat. And then Access Denied. They've definitely put in a lot of work in the comp scene as of late that I know of. So this is going to be quite the head-to-head match. And I wonder if it's going to be almost the same head-to-head that we just saw in Humpback, with like how like neutral it really was. Like when one thing happened, another would happen. It would just kind of cancel each other out until finally one team got caught out on how they were kind of positioned there. From what I saw. So it just, who's going to catch each other out first? Because I think this is going to be a relatively close set.
Worth noting that even that once they did get caught out, they made a push that was, I think, only 7 points off lead. So that was, or 8 points, I guess, since you have to get one more. But still a very close contest at the end there. They did not hold them back by much. So definitely a much stronger showing on Humpback there for My Lag Paradise. They really adapted and started playing solid defense and played really well at the end.
Legato United seems to have this key comp that they are sticking with, and with it being all Rainmaker, I mean, why change? Unless if like a certain map provides a strength for something else, then I can see it being brought out. But we see all that, and I can't quite remember what Access Denied brings. But like I said, I'm pretty sure this is going to be quite the head-to-head battle coming up here in finals.
I haven't gotten to see any of Access Denied so far in the event, so I'm interested to see what it is they're going to be bringing out. They come in as the 3rd seed here, Legato United as the 1st seed. So definitely, you know, some known teams that at least the TOs were expecting to make it pretty far, you know?
Yeah, getting the seeding pretty well down like that really shows like, hey, this is definitely going to be good. And taking a look at the maps here, starting with Anchovy Games.
Anchovy Games. This is... It's a very kind of linear Rainmaker map, I think. Like, yeah, you can take it far right. It's slower than going any other way, and you generally want to avoid that unless you're really deciding to cheese them. But you're basically going to have to push in roughly the same way every single time. There are only, you know, 2 major ways to get into their base, and they both end up meeting up pretty soon in the push. So it's very kind of like I don't want to say a straight line map because it curves a little bit through mid, but you know what I mean. You know, it's a very linear game plan that you're going to go in this particular way, which means you could see a lot of setup plays. You could see, okay, we know we're going to have to push through Office. So let's use this particular special to control Office. We know that there are going to be people on the top left that are going to be shooting down at us. So let's put an Inkjet over the top to control those people while we push the Rainmaker through, you know? The game plans are pretty predictable, and so we could see some pretty good coordinated plays to come out from here. I imagine we're probably going to see some Stingrays. Stingrays really popular on this particular map for, you know, in part the reason that I just described, also because there are a lot of places that are safe.
You can see a little bit of everything, like on really any of these stages we see, like Anchovy, Starfish, Reef, and then we got Humpback and Piranha. Piranha as being the game 5 if we get to it will definitely be an interesting one because we don't see Rainmaker on Piranha very often.
It's a very weird map mode. It's got some interesting design choices that are different from basically any other map mode in the game, because it was a redesign, I believe. They realized that things weren't working really well on the base Piranha Pit map, and so they flipped it sideways. They put the Rainmaker up on a box. Like there was a lot of very strange, different things that they did with it. So it ends up playing a little bit differently, but it's also very. It's just a rectangle. There are no turns that you're making in that Rainmaker path, basically.
I mean, unless if you decide to go around the back left and take that route, but otherwise it's relatively straightforward.
Yeah, you know, I guess there's a little bit of an advantage to that if you're able to get on the rail and go all the way across and not get sniped by a charger or someone from below when you're doing that.
That's kind of the place you'd really take, like if you have lead and you want to kind of stick it in a corner. That would probably the place I see, like still playing offense but also defensive at the same time. But anywho, we are finally getting into it with the game 1 of our final set. Yeah, we see, okay, we got a 52 gal coming out here and Sploosh 7 and a charger.
Yep, there's that Ray, and it's actually the vanilla jet, the missiles one, so that's they're not going to have the Ray, they're going to focus on the missiles instead, but they do have Booyah Bomb as well, which can be a good defense special, especially in choke points. Great pick there from Kraken Gray on the Nautilus, going to be able to control Fan and trying to put some pressure on Plat now. Really bold positioning considering there's a charger on the map. Is still just putting that pressure down and hasn't been punished for it, so I mean, go for it. Rainmaker's already up on Plat. They're 2 on the top left they're going to have to deal with. Let's see how they do it. They do have an Inkjet that's up in the air trying to clear them out, and they succeed. But here's the Ray. Can they dodge it?
Looks like they got the Ray dodge, but they don't dodge the K shot. Just ready to jump down upon it and just stop that. So 2 for 2. We see the knot down below that was close to getting popped there. Oh, almost escapes, but the knot fall off, getting the best of that just over top of the wall there.
Nautilus said, "You come into my home with all of this enemy ink, you throw a bomb at me?"
We see the armor ready for access denied, and also the hammer, so they're getting ready to go in. It looks like Hayden's now going in with the hammer here. They don't actually get shot out here. Then gets the throw.
Oh, this flank. Oh, what a clutch flank here from Slurry, I think is the name there. Fantastic play there to stall it out and give their team a little bit more time to get in, and they have armor by the time they're back. That was such a huge stop there on the Rainmaker. Trading with Rainmaker just about always worthwhile. We can see why here. They're pushed back into mid now because of that.
With the missiles, like both teams did the exact same thing to stop the Rainmaker. Like they both managed to get up on the ledge, but they aren't being aware of what's happening on the top. Nice snipe there by the charger. Just keeping control of what's happening up top there. So the Stingray here looks like it's trying to stall up the side, but there is a Booyah that's not going to let anyone go up to tackle that Rainmaker. And the 52 here trying to get a pick. They do end up trading, but the NZAP is still here, just kind of hiding on this wall, but is scouted out here by the missiles, so they are going to have to retreat.
They do make it out successfully. A couple of them on Legato United trying to come out on the right side. They'll be spotted out from that toxicness now, and the armor's going out, so they're going to retreat to try and help maintain Plat. Great little flank around here from Suga here.
Oh, the Zap with a nice peek there on the side of Legato United. So the armor, the Inkjet, just ready to go. Still good, pretty decent push there already. They did manage to get it over. However, I don't know if I would call that relatively safe yet, because that can be like one good push, and as soon as they just get over that ledge, it's lead's going to be reclaimed.
It always feels just a little bit more comfy to get lead on a push. Like, even if you know, okay, it's only 61, we drop it over that ledge, we already have lead, you know? It's still nice to know that if the status quo is maintained, you don't have to do that. Oh, here comes the Ray. There's a lot of pressure on the Rainmaker right now. They're trying to bottle themselves up in this corner. They get around your Panda. They get around two. How are they up here? Charger finally cleans it up, but my goodness. Stealth mission there for Legato United.
Look, we know of tower dancing. This is Rainmaker dancing, or just plain out ninja mode with the Rainmaker here. Like, who enabled Ninja Squid on the Rainmaker? Because I didn't know that was possible.
Hayden playing some good Donkey Kong there. Takes 2 of them out.
Oh my goodness, Hayden with the hammer. I'm sure for those who have seen Hayden on Access Denied, that Hayden's made some pretty fantastic plays with Sploosh. Japanda who's sharking on the wall. They don't know. This is huge.
He gets one, and he's got height advantage over the rest of them. Stays in the corner here. Oh, but they're going to pinch him. Didn't have enough pressure from his teammates to hold them off in that 3v1 situation.
They are doing the thing. They are.
And this is going to actually get them there because this isn't a lot of points, but it's enough. And they get it to 50 with this silly right side push.
It was something I wanted to comment on earlier, but when a team knows that their opponent is on the other side and they have majority of the control, take it that way. And you can just basically get those points for free. And that's what they did.
You know, normally that's not a huge push, but in this case where it's so neutral, like push to 50, that could be game winning. It's all they need. Or is it? Oh, it gets stopped at 54. Clutch inkjet shot there from Kraken Gray. They really needed that. And I think with access denied down that many players with only 3 seconds left, I think it's over. Legato United will take it. Access to their base denied.
What a call by Legato United there. Yes. To take it that right side. Like, I saw it and I'm just like, I wonder if they're going to do this. And as soon as I saw the one climb the pillar, I was like, they're going to do it. And I'm like, that is all like your awareness, just analyzing where they're at, and it awesome. That's all I can say, because I'm just kind of just here like, okay, if this would be something like I'm thinking of in my mind. And I know, like, you know me, I come up with some pretty like funky off angle calls, but that was definitely the right play at that time.
It seems like they had that practiced too. They executed that nice and quick. They had someone come up with the Rainmaker, and they were, you know, protecting the perimeter around the Rainmaker really well. They knew where their points were, and they rushed to those points once they knew that they were close enough to get them.
But even at the very end there, it was such a close call. Like, access denied, almost got that back. But it was lucky enough that Legato had a couple specials ready. They had people in position, and just as it was trying to drop, they managed to stop it, or just before the drop. So
yeah, literally one inkjet shot. Like, if he misses that particular inkjet shot, or even just indirects or something, the Rainmaker makes it far down enough that they get lead. So it was really, really clutch that Kraken Gray was actually able to hit that shot when they needed to.
But like I predicted, both of these teams are putting up a pretty good fight against each other, and it's just who's going to catch the other off first, and that very end play definitely did the trick. We're going into Starfish main stage now. I am hoping Hayden brings the hammer back on this stage, to be honest.
Yeah, the hammer's been doing a lot of work. It would be especially difficult to deal with in your street if they kind of flanked behind you. Very narrow passageways like that with walls on either side make it a lot more difficult to find the angle you need to shoot the hammer through. So we'll see if we are correct about that prediction here.
The Squeezer is coming back, and Sploosh is back as
once again. The Sploosh, yes.
Yes, both comps that we have seen before coming back out here for this, and we'll see how they're going to take it here. I am guessing that both teams are going to do a relatively decent amount of flanks.
Yeah, we'll see what they're doing. Looks like Legato hanging more around the left side, but the missiles will spot them out. So they're just going to play it safe for now. Access denied did have the pop, so they've got a little bit more mid control. And a missile here trying to spot that player out on the right side, going for flank. Oh, but two down already, decides they're going to have to back up. And that gives Legato United a lot of room to play on the right-hand side. They're going to be able to push through close here. They've got a path painted, but bombs in front of it now. 32 is not necessarily a winning push yet. 20 is a better one, but even so, on this map, it's relatively quick to get to something like 17, 11. Those milestones tick by very, very quickly if you just go a few down. So they are not going to be able to just coast for the last 4 minutes of this game here. There's still a lot left to be played.
Absolutely. Like, just the way that they got the two members down there and got that push off, the path was painted, they just went for it, and it was just unfortunate that that the flank was going to happen when it did, because as soon as it was about to initiate, just the two members went down, and it's just, oh no. Look at this one hiding in the corner of the right side here, just waiting for the Rainmaker to come up, and this is where it's going to attack. Very good placing by the Nautilus there.
Nautilus is, they like to do a little sharking.
On this map, you can. Just stand on grates. There's your shark.
Exist. You are now a shark.
But it looks like Rainmaker's probably going to end up resetting here. Both teams both have 2 specials at the ready. The Charger here just getting some paint down. It looks like they're trying to keep an eye on that pop there, catching Hayden out. And it looks like Blurry's trying to make a flank.
Blurry.
Yes.
I apologize for misnaming you earlier.
It looks like the NZAP didn't quite make the jump over in the corner there. Unfortunate, but again, Rainmaker trying to dodge the Ray, but the Ray ends up pushing them into Hayden. So very good tag team there, just catching the Rainmaker out in street. Access denied with a little bit of the extra advantage here, but they don't have the mid control to really go in yet. It looks like they're just now claiming it. They do have hammer, they do have the armor, the missile just go out to scout, so it looks like they're going to try and make their move here. But Hayden getting caught out again just before the Rainmaker barrier. Like, Hayden's getting stuck there a couple times.
It feels like what Access Denied are doing, or sorry, what Legato United are doing is focusing mid really hard. They're watching their flanks, but more than that, they're just looking for someone to be alone in mid, and that's when they'll take mid control. They're kind of hanging back, letting it stay mostly purple, and kind of baiting them into thinking it's safe to go forward. And then as soon as anyone steps forward, they'll pop the Rainmaker shield on them. They'll pinch them from either side. They'll throw bubbles in the middle. They're playing a really good kind of stalling defense here that's making it difficult for Access Denied to move up.
This Charger here also just spacing out people in mid here, because we can see that there's a bunch of Legato United just kind of at the very edge of this Charger's range, but they can't move in knowing like the Charger's watching. They're just keeping their shots up. Ray looking for a pick. They were seen there by that extra little vision, but this looks like an opportunity here for Legato United if they want to try to get a little bit of a push off or just to keep it down the corner. But it looks like they're just kind of, they haven't picked it up yet, but they have a pretty good amount of control in Access Denied's base right now.
It almost looks like they're not intending to pick it up. They got, 3 down in that situation. They all ran forward. None of them actually went back to grab it. So I think they're confident in their 20-point lead, and they're just going to play for that instead of trying to push for anything more in the last minute or so.
I think it was that, or just coordinating like, okay, we're just not going to pick it up. Let's just go for like a lockout and it's like play like in splat zones. And you definitely see that there. And Rainmaker going in the corner, 2 down on each side, 30 seconds left. Access Denied just needs to find a way in around Legato United right now.
It seems like the flanks have been a lot less impactful in this match than we might have predicted. Lots of missiles coming out and just spotting players before they can get anywhere.
Oh, 2 members from Access Denied both jumping down, trying to get the Rainmaker at the same time, and they both went down for it. That was a very key double splat here, and here comes the ultimate defense mode with Bubbles and the Rainmaker just dancing in between them.
I find it really funny that one of the biggest like fortresses, the most powerful defensive fortifications you have in this game are bubbles. Those little things that you poke them and they pop. Like, no, you don't understand how much firepower you need to get through one of those.
Bubbles or teams with a wall. I've also been against a couple people actually in solo queue. This actually amazed me for doing this, and I didn't care if I lost that game, but a teammate actually walled the Rainmaker into a corner, so you had to shoot the wall before you could get the Rainmaker, and I'm sitting here like, I don't care, I can't shred this in time. Like, this is just putting their own teammate in wall jail just to protect it. Like, I thought that was a pretty awesome play. So just the Bubbles as well being just a shield like that. So, but Legato taking another win here. We'll have to see if Access Denied can come back here and take a game on the Reef just to see if they can potentially come back in the set.
Yeah, there's definitely the potential. I mean, it's Rainmaker. Anything is possible, right?
Oh yeah.
You get a single wipe, and you can just be game over all of a sudden. So I would definitely say since it's one of the more volatile map modes, in that it takes less time to score when you get an advantage. It's always anyone's game. You can always cheese one out on a Rainmaker game. So I definitely wouldn't call this over, but Legato United has had a very good coordinated zone defense that they've been playing that teams are having trouble cracking. They're having trouble figuring out where are these players and what angles are they going to be shooting from when we try to push in, because they're just hanging back. They're hanging just a little bit behind mid and daring them to come in with specials.
Access denied coming in here with a little bit of a comp change. They're bringing the C-Jet and the CDS, and they do get pop again, and it looks like members of Legato are spacing out a little bit here. They're just using a little bit of fall off, looking to see at what angle they're going to take first to potentially flank. It looks like the missiles were used to scout a few as they're marked on the missiles here, and it looks like the sploosh ends up going down, and it looks like the CDS go down as well. Nice pick by the NZAP there. That was a huge play. Like, that could have been really bad.
Yeah, that NZAP was a man on a mission, dodging past multiple members of the other team just to get to the Rainmaker fast enough to get that pick and stall things out. It's really all they could do in that situation other than jump away, and I think that was definitely the better outcome.
Blurry here just saying, I'm charging on in, you're not stopping me, goes in and picks 3.
What can Hayden do to stop this? They can flank and get it. I'm surprised the Bubbles just not able to flush them out well enough. So they're able to stop it there at 47. Not a huge push. They have the hammer, and they're just going to sit here and use it for defense rather than trying to go for anything especially aggressive. And that's why.
Yep. Taking the hammer
didn't
over
have
bridge.
enough forward pressure, to pull that off.
When you go with the upper angle with the hammer over bridge, it's just you're kind of putting yourself in a vulnerable spot there, just to take that down. So nice start off there by Legato United, but access denied. They're getting a little lucky here, just having that one person in the right spot while the rest of their team is down. Just that last one that's alive has been saving the day.
Yeah, looked like that fight was maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. It looked like the NZAP was thinking they were going to have help in it and then end up in a 2v1 because of it. Because they did pop armor going in for that. That was a very intentional play. And it didn't quite go in their favor. So I don't know if maybe they're having a little bit of difficulty like figuring out what they want to do or what they want to go for. Right now, it's ending up in them just being stalled out in mid for the time being. Legato United, again, content to do nothing if they have the lead. We've seen that against numerous other teams here. It is going to be on access denied to make a play and get an advantage. And that might have been it. Japanda getting a pick for nothing on the CDS. Very easy to get in and get out that way. Great skirmisher weapon.
3 down, but however, that one member left alive in a corner is making an impact, and this has now happened on both sides. Just the last person that they cannot seem to find is the one in the...
Did the junior DC?
The junior did DC.
They are still playing. I think it's past 50, right? So they have to play this out. But so they're going to be playing that sharking game even harder than usual, just trying to get positions where they can sneak up on the Rainmaker. It's going to be hard to hold off for 2 whole minutes, especially in the position that they're currently in. All the specials come out. If they can last through these specials, they can't. Again, cracking Gray with the clutchest of inkjet kills. And that was as far back as the Rainmaker got. It's back in neutral. They just get to respawn and come back in neutral and do it all over again.
Access denied here. Like, they've got the extra person now. They can definitely make something work with the pushes here, but they've really just gotta be aware of who's got what special and how they're going to push it. Hayden here trying to lead in with the hammer, but gets picked off right away. They did manage to reclaim lead finally. They took that opportunity. And just everyone goes down on access denied there.
Unfortunately, it's a lot easier to defend in the 3v4 than it is to push in the 3v4. You really just have to outplay them. That's what it comes down to. You have to have a better position, a better special push, something. Wait, they might have done that, though. They've got 2 down here. It's almost even. Oh, and they get a third, too, but not before the Rainmaker falls.
Legato United really putting up quite the fight. Even though they're one person down, it's still seeming like it's still back and forth. Like, they've had a lot of control over this game until like the DC happened. But even then, there's no letdown. They are giving it their all right now.
And that's what you love to see. 30 seconds left. This is almost certainly the last push of the game. They're gonna have positioning for it. They're popping their specials now, calling out positions of players that they want to push and try and take out. I like that they're focusing on one player who's actually in range of their teammate, just to try and get maximum pressure on them and win the fight. Bubble's not even enough to save them there. I don't think they're going to pull this one off. Access denied, bit of a gift, but they are now on the scoreboard, and that's really all that counts at the end of the day.
Even then, for as long as that was, like, even if it was the 3v4, that was still a well put up fight. Like, just from that, like, before that, like the end there, before the Rainmaker was in the corner, they had a really nice opportunity to get it up there, but Japanda coming in from behind, just able to get that pick on the Rainmaker, and ended up actually stopping that. So.
I think the KA numbers at the end there said it all. 13, 10 compared to 6, 5 on the other team. Definitely, just winning their engagements outright. And that's always going to give you, the paint advantage you need, the positional advantage you need, because you can just press your numbers advantage with the remaining players and keep winning fights after you won the first one.
It was good rotation. They were doing well in defense. That just access denied. Just like, okay, we're just gonna give it our all. Lead's not that far off, and they just pushed ahead a little bit more. But even then, that was still a pretty close score for how it was.
Humpback Pump Track coming up. This is another map that can just go very, very neutral heavy. It's very easy to defend Plat from the defender's perspective. You just throw a whole bunch of bombs in one place. Maybe you launch a special here or there, and they have to peek around this tricky blind corner where people could jump out at you from different directions, and there's height differential that you have to account for. So it can be a tricky push trying to go, the traditional right side path. And on the left side, you've got to climb up a big wall to get anywhere. So
it looks like a sub was made here on Legato United, and access denied running they're bringing back the K shot as well, keeping the C-Jet try coming out here as well. I know I've definitely seen access denied's try put in some heavy work on this map, but the Squeezer getting a really nice pick early off here, but it's just people going down here two for two in the end here in the middle. Oh, that was close. The armor saving the day there, but not for long as they both go down.
Whole bunch of trading around mid, and the Rainmaker moves 4 ticks, and we're resetting. Ooh, Hayden catching Mimikyu out using special there in an unsafe place, gets the pick, and now this is a relatively strong, sharking spot for a Tri-Slosher. It's easy for these ambush weapons to get into mid on this map because of the way it slopes, and that's a great opportunity for a Tri-Slosher to kind of push into a position where they can jump out at you.
But again, we haven't seen too much of pushing power at mid, as neither team has really gotten advantage. Humpback really making it really hard for these teams to push forward. It really all depends who's going to actually get those picks on the other team and who's going to catch each other out, like I've mentioned before a couple times this being on mic here. But it looks like the NZAP does go down, getting caught up with the Inkjet there. Is the Inkjet going to see another? It looks like it did land a hit there, but the armor saving the day. And Hayden calling for this way. They do see a player in mid. They're asking for backup. They don't end up getting the pick on that one. Can they get the shot here? They do.
It's one down for access denied. Neither team really having specials, but they're going to pick up and try and use this numbers advantage at least. The Ray is going to come out soon to stop this push. Sorry, I've got it backwards. The Ray's on the other side. What am I looking at? Ray's going to come out to, help them get in here in a big way. 26 is a respectable push there. That is something that Legato definitely is going to have to put up some serious offense to contend with. Still more than half the game left to go, though, so they do have plenty of time. They can still be playing their patient game the way that they have been so far. See what they can put together next.
I do love that choice that Japanda take with just running the Rainmaker on the ledge. It just got them a few extra steps closer there, and we all know that by that rail, it's a tricky spot to get by. But definitely running across the rail there was a good move.
Mm-hmm. It lets you ignore a lot of the enemy ink. A lot of the time the problem is that people are painting your feet, but they can't paint your feet from there.
It's like, haha, you can't paint me until you shoot up.
Yeah, Hayden trying to push in against the Nautilus. It's going to be able to kite that back every day of the week. 2 down on the side of Access Denied, and the Ray is used too. So this is a great opening for Legato United. They go up over the top of the Inkjet as well, trying to clear people out early. Can they keep the Rainmaker safe is the question. Can they actually maintain that perimeter? Hayden going down here. Hayden with a lot of pressure, but not getting the Rainmaker. They're going to be able to hole up in the corner here, but only long enough for the Ray to come out again. Trying to squid bag his way forward at the end. Not much going to come of that. Only 38, not enough for lead. And all Access Denied have to do is drop it down, and they have to do the whole push over again.
But with how quickly they've gotten their specials for it, all depends. Are they going to get their engage off? It looks like Legato United is really making it difficult for Access Denied to engage. But I say that, and someone did go down in the far back there. I'm not sure how, if it was for a bomb, but gave them a little bit of attempted to try to give them a little bit of a leeway there. But holding this corner.
Yeah, with so many specials on Legato United's part, they probably saw that and were like, okay, we just don't have time. And out comes everything all at once. The Inkjet just absolutely gunning him down there. Not an awful lot that you're going to be able to do against that much force. And with that many of Access Denied going down, they don't even have the special advantage anymore because all of the players who had special just got mowed down in that big team fight. So we're back to a really even situation on the map.
And we see here Legato United is doing the thing there where they're playing it like splat zones now. Rainmaker has reset, but they're playing it like splat zones for control, but they do need to get this push off because Access Denied does have the lead. It looks like members from Access Denied are jumping back. Someone did end up making a flank there. Can the Rainmaker
get in? The specials don't stop him. He gets the lead.
Oh!
I was not expecting that to work out. We had a Ray out, we had missiles on them, they're still going. They snuck it in. Wow. Sometimes, just a quick direction change like that, like we saw on Anchovy, where they opted to just all of a sudden take the right flank right at the last push that they were going to get. Here, they go left, and it didn't look like Access Denied was ready. They shot all their specials at them, but they didn't have people in position to stop it, and they just kind of walked their way through. Great Rainmaker play to maneuver through that absolute minefield of a map that they had on the top left to get to the lead in time. And great job by the Shark also to pick it up at the end and end the game right away.
Just kept it up there, and what is it? Yeah, the Ray came out. The Ray looked like it was probably like 1 or 2 ticks off just from getting that splat. The missiles there just not catching it, and they just kind of squeezed their way through there for the lead. But yeah, it just wasn't done yet. They just pushed it all the way to the end. But yeah, Access Denied just looked like they got shuffled there from people coming in 2 different ways. So Legato United, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to them. They were very dominant in the matches that we were watching. So I think a very well-deserved win for them. So congrats to them for taking Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition for this month. So obviously that is going to be it for our tournament here. We have our winners, but we're going to sign off here. But before we go, we have a special announcement. So stick around for that. But that's not going to come from us. Thank you everybody for watching. I am Jem, and this has been Devi. You can find me at on Twitter at StrataGem. That's STRATI, _Gem. And Devi?
Find me on Twitter, Devi Doobie, or Twitch, Devi_Doobie, for all of the great Hydra action.
And if you want to see more of us, we will be on stream on Bravous Esports, BRAVOUS Esports, on Tuesday for a special edition of Squid School that Devi will be running. So you can check us both out there as well. We're going to turn it over for our special announcement now. So let's see what it is that they have cooked up for us here.
everyone, as you've just seen, Deep Sea Solutions will be merging with Mulloway Institute of Turfing. I'm Miss Popgun, and I'm here with PTW. The DSS staff love Minnow and Megalodon and are constantly looking for ways to improve both tournaments. During this process, the opportunity to join forces with MIT presented itself. This merger will allow Minnow and Mega to have advanced stream quality, increase staff productivity, and improve participant enjoyment. By uniting these communities, we aim to create fun opportunities for all players seeking to grow in the competitive scene.
DSS will be migrating over to the MIT server under its own area where it will be operating exactly as before, just under our wing. As we are speaking right now, you can head over to MIT to get your Minnow and Mega roles, as the current server for DSS will be shutting down to reflect this change. As some of you know, it's always been MIT's intention to branch out to reach a broader audience and bring a larger community together. Having DSS merge with us will not only further us along this process, but it would allow us to offer more resources to you all and help push more players farther at any level of competitive Splatoon. We hope that you are equally as excited as we are, as this advancement will be great for both parties. Until next time, we'll see you on the other side.